Toss to the middle, brings it in, and he has no one to beat. It's intercepted by Yankton. Touchdown, Yankton!
You are listening to Bucks Football on KYNT, Yankton's home team. This broadcast is brought to you in part by
Hy-Vee, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance, Ben's Brew Station, 1919 Root Beer, Fairfield Inn and Suites and the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton, Triple Time Rudy's, Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance, South Dakota Office of the Attorney General, Vision Real Estate, Missouri River Associates, First Chiropractic Centers, First Dakota National Bank, the UPS Store, Conkling Distributing, SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, Avera, Mayor Signs, Vision Care Associates, Truxedo, MT and RC Smith Insurance, Olson's Pest Technicians, Parker Hannafin, Midwest Insurance Agency, Portrust Bank, H&R Block of Yankton, Vantage Financial, Adam Walter, The Move Group, Hedro.
Now, we go live to the KYNT studios for the Kickoff show. Kicking off right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live for another edition of the Bucks Football Kickoff show on KYNT and KYNTV, brought to you by Hy-Vee, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. I am Brayden Butler. The Bucks are on the road this week for the first time in the 2024 season as they look to build off of their 60-0 victory over Huron in their season opener last week, this time on the road against the Watertown Arrows. It's a different environment playing at Watertown Stadium, natural grass field that has a baseball infield near one of the end zones, different terrain for the Bucks, but the goal remains the same as they look to remain undefeated and move to 2-0 with a victory. We got plenty in store here on the Bucks Football Kickoff show to lead into this matchup between the Bucks and the Arrows. But before we take our first break, it's time to thank some of our Sportscaster Club sponsors for helping make this broadcast possible. Starting with America's Best Realty. Tired of renting or apartment living? Ready to upgrade or own your own home? Call America's Best Realty 260-1600 and unlock the American dream. Elwood Family Dental Care, where they take care of the entire family and are always welcoming new patients. Kaiser Heating and Cooling. When it comes to heating and cooling, be the wiser and go with Kaiser. That's Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton and Explorers Credit Union. Wherever you want your financial journey to take you, Explorers Credit Union is here to help with a vision of financial empowerment for everyone. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. When we come back, we'll take a look at the Yankton's big win last week, 60-0 over the Huron Tigers in your Friday Night Rewind, and we will hear from some of the Bucks who made that win possible in your Bucks in the Headlight interviews. All that and more coming up on the Bucks Football Kickoff show. KYNT, KYNTV. We'll be back after this.
COVID-19 cases are on the rise, and peak flu season is almost here. Save time and get the updated COVID-19 vaccine and your flu shot at the same time at Hy-Vee. Schedule your updated COVID-19 vaccine and flu shot online today, or just stop by any Hy-Vee pharmacy whenever it's convenient for you. No appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. Your Hy-Vee pharmacy is here to help you and your family stay healthy. Some restrictions apply.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
What's the best beverage to enjoy while rooting on your team? 1919 root beer, of course. 1919 is brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients, real sugar and real vanilla. The unique recipe and these choice ingredients make 1919 the creamiest, full-bodied draft root beer available. Find it in 12-packs and single-serve cans at grocery, convenience stores, and restaurants. 1919 is alcohol-free and contains no caffeine, making it a beverage of choice at any time for anyone in the family.
The Boathouse is for everyone. Axe throwing, mini bowling, shuffleboard, beanbag, golf, pool, and darts. Plus awesome food and drinks with lots of cold craft beers and other beverages. Some say the Boathouse is the most fun you can have on land. Trivia on Tuesday nights, music bingo on Wednesdays with live music on Friday night. This is downtown Yankton's fun gathering place for all ages. If you can't be on the boat or at a Bucks or Gazelles game, then it's the Boathouse.
Want to take the hassle out of servicing your heating or cooling system? Then sign up for the Kaiser Signature Membership Program. This is Chris Frick with Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Not only will you get peace of mind knowing your units are being serviced regularly, but being a Kaiser Signature member gives you priority service, a discount on parts and labor, and no overtime rates. Take comfort and let our qualified professional technicians keep you running.
Be the wiser and go with Kaiser. Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton.
Welcome back in here on the Bucks Football Kickoff Show, brought to you by Hy-Vee, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. I am Brayden Butler. Let's get into your Friday night rewind, looking at last week's win for the Bucks over the Huron Tigers. This is brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling, your locally owned Lennox dealer located in Yankton and Vermilion. The Bucks got the scoring started early, and it was their quarterback, Easton Nelson, who used his legs to find the end zone, put the Bucks on top out of the gate.
Nelson back to pass. No, he's going to run up the middle. Has a nice gain. Gets to the 30, to the 25, to the 20. This is going to be the opening touchdown of the season for the Yankton Bucks. Easton Nelson goes the distance.
It'd be another long run for the second score of the game for the Bucks. This one coming from Matthew Sheldon, extending the Yankton lead.
Matthew Sheldon getting his first carry of the season, and boy, is it a beauty. A bombshell here at Crane Youngworth Field. Matthew Sheldon.
Yankton was able to put another score on the board on the ground game. Easton Nelson does it again with his legs, the second rushing touchdown of the day for the Bucks senior quarterback.
Power formation, Easton Nelson takes the snap, goes up the middle, has the first down, and has a touchdown. You can count it. Yankton Bucks back on the board.
After 3 straight rushing touchdowns, the Bucks used the air game to their advantage. Nelson was able to connect with Carson Ness for a long touchdown pitch and catch, ending in 6 for the Bucks.
Easton Nelson takes the snap, looking for Carson Ness. And he's going downfield. He brings it in at the Huron 45, cuts the middle of the field. He's to the 20, shakes one defender, shakes 2, gets to the 10, the 5. Carson Ness, a Yankton Bucks touchdown.
The defense was getting involved as well, as a pass down the left sideline was brought in by the Huron Tigers, but a fumble was forced and recovered by the Bucks defense, giving their offense possession again.
Left side, he's looking for Elwine, does have it at the 50, gets into Yankton territory, loses the ball. It is loose. It's picked up by Yankton by Cale Hazelhorst. It's Yankton football.
They say the third time's the charm, and it was for Easton Nelson, his 3rd rushing touchdown of the day in his first start as a senior.
Quarterback keeper up the middle. Easton Nelson, plenty of real estate. All the way to the 20, the 10. Another big rushing touchdown for the Yankton senior quarterback, Easton Nelson.
Matthew Sheldon followed suit in the run game for the next score for the Bucks, his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day, mowing down Tigers defenders.
And up the middle to Matthew Sheldon. Ouch. Matthew Sheldon running over Tigers. Gets to the 30, to the 20. The 10, the 5, another bombshell goes off here at Crane. That's a Yankton Bucks touchdown.
Evan Sirk added his name to the rushing touchdown list as well. A long touchdown run, 80-plus yards, leads to another score for the Bucks.
Sirk, plenty of room, and the circuit has broken this Huron defense at the 30 all the way to the Huron 10. And that is a Yankton Bucks touchdown. You can count it.
Not as long as his first one, but just as effective. A short run from Evan Sirk ends up in the end zone for Yankton.
And going up the middle, Evan Sirk, you can count it. That's another Yankton Bucks touchdown. The circuit is in there for a Yankton Bucks touchdown.
Late in the third quarter, Tate Bestie was under center now, replacing the starter Easton Nelson, and he was able to follow suit, punching in a quarterback keeper for 6.
Bestie keeps himself, goes up the middle, and scores. That's a Yankton Bucks touchdown. Tate Bestie with the score.
Last highlight comes from the Bucks defense again. Miles Drotzman was able to intercept a pass from the Huron quarterback and return it all the way to the end zone. Unfortunately, the play was called back after a block in the back on the return, but still an impressive play from Drotzman.
Ball up in the air and intercepted by Yankton. Intercepted by Yankton. It's Miles Drotzman. And he has room. He might return this one to the 30, the 20. The 10, a pick 6 for Miles Drotzman. Yankton back on the board.
That does it for your Friday Night Rewind here on KYNT and KYNTV, brought to you by Larry's Heating and Cooling. Now it's time to go into your Buck in the Headlight interviews. Spoke to 3 Yankton Bucks this week: quarterback Easton Nelson, running back Evan Sirk, and multifaceted player, defensive line, and an H-back, Talon Kenny. We'll start right there with Talon Kenny, talking about his game last week and stepping into a role after a couple of seniors graduated ahead of him.
This is Brayden Butler for the Bucks Football Kickoff Show. Joining me is Talon Kenny, a jack of both trades. He played on both sides of the ball on Friday in Yankton's big 60-0 win over Huron. Defensively, I'm more of that defensive line, kind of a blocking back on the offense. But we'll start with defense to start here, Talon. You're stepping into a role that you had some guys ahead of you who graduated last year: Tyson Prouty, Frankie Info, who are both defensive ends. Both of them graduate. Now you step in, had a very good game in game number 1, had a couple tackles there, and only playing what ended up being about a half, maybe a little more of football in that big win. So how are you feeling stepping onto the field, getting that starting role this year, and then taking an expanded role for the Bucks on offense and defense?
Yeah, it's definitely it's a little nervous feeling, but once that first play gets over with, you're ready. And yeah, it just starts to click then after that.
And then what is your philosophy on the defensive line? I know you're stepping in to that starting role. You're opposite of Edley Amaro on that starting side, is more a defensive end. So what is your philosophy? What is your main mission there as a defensive end?
Keep outside, contain, and hold your ground.
On offense as well, you play both sides of the ball. You're more of an up back, an H back, blocking back, whatever you want to call it. Yep. You were able to help spring Evan Sirk for a massive run on Friday, and you and Sheldon were both in the backfield. It's old school football formation always warms my heart. So what's it like being out on offense, maybe not getting the shine of getting the ball, but getting out there and still being responsible for Yankton touchdowns?
Yeah, it's just a nice feeling to help out my teammates. I mean, obviously I don't get the ball a lot, but it's nice to get a good block, like in that play when me and Matthew were in the backfield and I was lead blocking and helped Sirk score that touchdown. It's just a good feeling to help out your team like that.
You got your first road test of the season on Friday night, going up, taking on the Watertown Arrows. What are you expecting in that one at Watertown Stadium, which is it's a natural grass complex. You got to deal with the baseball field as well. It's different than the turf at Crane.
Well, you just got to adapt to anything. I mean, Coach Muth always says that, and I don't think defense is going to change that much. We got a lot of good backers, and our D-line's still amazing. I think we're one of the best defense in the state, but I don't think it'll be much of a difference. I mean, yeah, they're big, but I think we can get around them.
Next, we talked to senior running back Evan Sirk about how it felt to have the offensive line opening up holes for him all week last week and his impressive run game against Huron.
This is Brayden Butler for the Bucks Football Kickoff Show. Joining me is Evan Sirk, senior running back for this Yankton Bucks team, and one of the three-headed monster in a rushing attack last week against Huron, where 3 different guys ended up over 100 yards. You, Matthew Sheldon, and your quarterback Easton Nelson. How are you feeling heading into your senior season here, going into game number 2, and what really clicked last week in the run game? Because it felt like anything you guys wanted on the ground, you were able to get.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good this week against Huron. The line obviously did a really good job opening up holes, and the coaching staff saw a lot of different blocking schemes to really open it up for us. And all 3 of us are pretty fast, so we were able to break away from all the Huron defenders and score touchdowns, long touchdowns at that.
Yeah, the big play for you that caught my eye was, I think it was 80-plus yards against Huron. It was an interesting formation where you had both Talon Kenny and Matthew Sheldon in front of you as lead blockers. They seemed to form that wedge, and once you hit the hole, you were gone. Is that something where you guys are trying to get those holes open more? Because it feels like if you have an inch, you're taking a mile, and you got that extra burst.
Yeah, that formation is pretty much a run-heavy formation, because they also have Bryce crawl down at like a wing back, and he's also blocking. All 3 of them had really good blocks on that play, and I hardly got touched and took it to the house.
All right, you got a tough matchup on the road, your first road game of the season against the Watertown Arrows. What are you looking forward to in that game, and how are you preparing for your first road game of the year?
Well, Watertown, they're always big. They're always pretty good at stopping the run, so that's a challenge for us. But we'll be ready and just practicing hard all week and practicing physical as we can.
Last but certainly not least is starting quarterback Easton Nelson, who impressed in his debut at the quarterback position. We'll see what he looks forward to this season, especially tonight against the Arrows.
Brayden Butler for the Bucks Football Kickoff Show. Joining me is Easton Nelson, quarterback for this Yankton Bucks team, coming off of a big win last Friday night against the Huron Tigers. 60-0 in that win. Easton, you had one touchdown through the air, a couple more on the ground. How are you feeling after getting that first game under your belt as a starter? And it seemed like everything went right for you guys out on the field.
I mean, it feels great, going out with a big win like that. It helps build confidence for us this season and just keep moving forward,
There was one moment in that game on Friday that caught my eye, and as Carson Ness lines up out wide to the right, Huron's late getting a guy out there, and you're demanding that ball. Is that something you guys talk about, where if Carson's on an island, he better go get it, and it ends up being a touchdown? Or is that just you saw the defense getting late on the rotation over and wanted to get it to him?
I mean, I trust Carson 100%. I mean, I saw no one out there, so I was like, Mark, give me the ball. So, I mean, gotta get out there. So, and he made a great play after the catch, and that was awesome.
We talk about that pass was a great catch, great throw, and it ends up being a touchdown for you guys. You ended up, I think, 5 for 6, 5 for 7, super efficient with the ball, not a lot of throws. You did a lot of damage on the ground with your legs. What are you looking for in that read option game where it seemed to be going really well? Either you hand it off to your running backs and they're scoring touchdowns, or you're pulling the ball and you're scoring touchdowns.
Yeah. I really like to. I love all the receivers that we have are great, but I know that if there's nothing there, I know I can be just as effective with my legs, just as fast, and I can make defense miss or anything like that, or burn them. I trust my legs just as much as my arm.
And then final question here, you got your first road trip. It's a bit of a long trip up to Watertown, going up against the Arrows. What are you looking forward to in that game, your first road start as the Bucks quarterback?
We're just looking to kind of repeat, those guys are pretty big out there, but we hope to control the run game like we did last game, get more, hopefully play more than one half, but still get a big win.
Big thank you to Talon Kenny, Easton Nelson, and Evan Sirk for all talking to me earlier this week at Yankton Bucks football practice ahead of this matchup with the Watertown Arrows. We're going to go to another break here on the Bucks Football Kickoff Show. When we return, we will have your standings review for Class 11AA. Before we go to that break, though, I'd like to thank a couple of our sportscaster partners for making this broadcast possible, starting with Aztec of Yankton. They were founded on innovation and a passion to help their customers. Right now, they are offering a healthy sign-on bonus with great wages and benefits. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Midwest Insurance Agency. See Travis and Whitney Devine at Midwest Insurance for your farm, home, and auto insurance needs. Call today to set up an appointment. One Office Solution. The one source for all your office products, including copiers, furniture, and office supplies. One Office Solution located next to Pizza Ranch on Broadway in Yankton. And lastly, Graham Tire. If you notice issues with your vehicle, don't hesitate to call the service experts at Graham Tire. They do more than sell tires. Graham Tire of Yankton, your auto service and tire store next door. Going to take another break here on KYNT and KYNTV. We'll have your Class 11AA standings review when we return. The Bucks Football Kickoff Show rolls on after this.
Oh, Sheboygan, I just can't get you off my mind.
Your football party will be a touchdown when you serve up Sheboygan brats, summer sausage, cocktail smokies, and natural casing wieners. Game day is better with Sheboygan's. Produced with pride at American Food Groups in Yankton.
The way it tastes is simply divine. I got Sheboygan on my mind. Sheboygan.
Look at all the pictures of the resort you'd stay in every year. All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, contact the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Are you ready to drive home your savings? For a limited time, Explore CU is offering an incredible deal on auto loans. They'll beat your current auto loan rate by up to 2% on new and used vehicle refinances from other institutions. Choose from a variety of terms to fit your budget and lifestyle. Enjoy a fast, easy application and approval process with no application fee. Don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to save. Visit us at explorerscu.com to learn more and apply today.
At Triple Time Rudy's, not only do you get top-notch fuel to keep you on the move, but it's a destination for delicious local treats. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. It's your community's pit stop for more than just fuel. Triple Time Rudy's supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers. For all your daily fill-ups and convenience needs, stop by Triple Time Rudy's at 17th and Broadway.
Welcome back in here on the Bucks Football Kickoff Show, brought to you by Hy-Vee, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. Let's go to your standings review, brought to you by Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance. Let Rhonda review your current home, auto, or life insurance to see if she can help you save some money. That's Rhonda Westland State Farm. Let's take a look at your Class 11 AA standings. A 5-way tie at the top and then a 6-way tie for 6th after just one game in the season for all these teams. Tied at first, each 1-0 are Brookings, Mitchell, Pierre, Spearfish, and Yankton. Tied in 6th at 0-1 are Aberdeen Central, Douglas, Huron, Sturgis Brown, T-Area, and the Watertown Arrows. Since there's not a lot of parity in the standings in Week 2, let's look at last week's results across 11 AA. Yankton defeated Huron 60-0. Spearfish took a 39-29 win over T-Area. Mitchell defeated Douglas 51-13. Brookings shut out Sturgis Brown 31-0. And Sioux Falls Jefferson defeated Watertown 38-7. That was an interclass matchup, with Watertown playing up against AAA Sioux Falls Jefferson. Last game of the week was held on Saturday as Pierre defeated Aberdeen in Aberdeen 20-14. Before we head to break here on KYNT and KYNTV, I'd like to thank a couple of our sportscaster sponsors for helping make this broadcast possible. Starting with the UPS Store. They're helping small businesses reach their goals in Yankton across from Walmart. Yankton Thrive. They're your one source and resource for all businesses from retail to manufacturing in the Yankton area. For more, go to yanktonsd.com. Northtown Automotive, your local Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC dealer. Visit northtownusa.com. And Floor Tech. Whether your home or floor is wet, call Floor Tech, 665-4839. We'll be back in a couple minutes here on KYNT and KYNTV. The Bucks Football Kickoff Show rolls on after this.
The mission of State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Hi, I'm Roy Wilcox with State Farm Insurance. We have been helping customers get to a better state for over 100 years. No matter where you are in life, we're here to help you make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. Give me a call or stop by anytime.
Call Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance today, 665-7140. Find more at roywilcox.com.
The other day, a gal came into the UPS store to drop off a package. On her way out, she noticed the print sample wall and asked if we could print invitations. The answer was, yes, we can. Hi, this is Doug at the UPS store in Yankton and Vermilion. For over 7 years now, the UPS store has been helping hundreds of customers with their printing needs. From basic copies to business cards and invitations to posters, we can print them. Stop out and ask about our current print specials and see how we can help with your printing needs.
Do you want a job that keeps it real? At Truxedo, a real truck company, we keep it real by promoting our values of excellent service, teamwork, accountability, and innovation. Join the Truxedo team and enjoy your next career adventure. We have a variety of openings, including senior EH&S specialist and weekend maintenance technician too. So don't wait. Get up, get out, and apply at realtruck.com/careers and start your next adventure with a career at Truxedo.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back in here on the Bucks Football Kickoff Show, brought to you by Hy-Vee, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. It's time for your pregame profile. It's a matchup preview brought to you by Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance. They've been helping customers get to a better state for over 100 years. No matter where you are in life, Roy and his team are there to help make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. Call Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance, a lifelong supporter of the Bucks and Gazelles. The Bucks enter today's matchup 1-0 on the season, a 60-0 victory over Huron in game number 1. Over 400 yards of offense on the ground, 3 rushers over 100 yards, with quarterback Easton Nelson and running backs Evan Sirk and Matthew Sheldon all eclipsing the century mark. All of them also had multiple touchdown runs, 2 apiece for Sirk and Sheldon, and 3 for Easton Nelson. Nelson also threw 1 touchdown pass through the air, caught by Carson Ness. As for Watertown, they are coming off a 38-7 loss to a Class AAA opposition, Sioux Falls Jefferson. That was at Howard Wood Field in Sioux Falls. Playing up a class, the Arrows fell to the Cavaliers. This is the first time the Arrows have played a Class 11 AA opponent this season as they look to go 1-0 in class play. It's time for your Rival Report, brought to you by Ben's Brew Station. They're the official watch party location of all KYNTV games. Grab your friends and family and get together and watch KYNTV at Ben's Brew Station. If it's on KYNTV, it's on at Ben's. This Rival Report comes from Ryan Neal. He covers the Watertown Arrows and their football program. Got a chance to talk to him earlier this week. Let's go to that interview now. This is Brayden Butler on the Bucks Football Kickoff Show. Joining me is Ryan Neal. He covers the Watertown Arrows up in Watertown ahead of this. We're talking to him ahead of this matchup between the Bucks and the Arrows for what is a potentially very good football matchup here tonight between these two teams. Ryan, before we get into anything about the season so far and the Arrows, how are you doing today?
You know what? I'm loving life, my man. You know, it's another day off here on the golf meets. I run crazy all fall at golf meets, and just out here at the practice area right now, and enjoying a nice day of school and watching some kids hit some golf balls. So it's been a glorious day, and ready to get football season underway.
Yeah, living the dream here on an off day, but football season coming up for week 2 for the Arrows. We were talking a little bit before we went on or started recording this interview. You weren't at the game on Friday between Sioux Falls Jefferson and Watertown. A little trip to the state of Michigan for you. If you want to talk about that at all, we can go into more detail. But if not, we can keep talking about the Arrows as you took a little trip out for the Wolverines.
I could talk forever about my Wolverines and my trip to Ann Arbor. I love that place, and it was a great experience to take my family and my 10-year-old and 7-year-old girls first time to the big house. So I did able to watch about half of it on the YouTube rink and listen to it all day. I just wasn't physically in Sioux Falls. With the time difference, I was able to stay up late and at least listen and watch part of the game against Sioux Falls Jefferson.
So let's get into a conversation here about the Watertown Arrows. They have started the season 0-1. It was 38-7 against Sioux Falls Jefferson last week. But anytime you're playing up to AAA, it feels like that gap is growing. What I've heard from Yankton's coaches and people around the team is that Watertown is very big on the lines. A lot of big guys once again. What have you, from watching a little bit of the game last week and hearing and from interviews or who you talked to with the coaching staff, what is Watertown like this year as they're gearing up for week number 2?
Well, yeah, and the other side of this is, I coach a lot of these kids during the baseball season, familiar with them. I mean, obviously when you're one of the, I'll call the original ESD schools, we have lots of multi-sport athletes. So I'm very familiar with these kids, and you're spot on, getting the roster and the starting lineups, from Watertown's coach last week. They're big on the offensive line. I want to use, kind of a, not to call me a homer, but a Michigan analogy here is this Watertown Arrow team, I know it's college or high school, but kind of has that same feel as Michigan did last year. A lot of returning offensive players, a lot of returning defensive players. They didn't lose a whole lot of what I'll call the production side of things, except for Juven Hudson. Now, that was a massive piece. Anytime you lose a guy like that. But the offensive line is back. The quarterback's back. The receivers are back. The defensive line's back. The linebackers are back. Secondary. A lot of returnees and a very experienced Watertown squad that's returning here this year. And like you said, you start the season against Sioux Falls, Jefferson, and AAA. It's tough. It's a tough matchup, and Coach Horter said they're a very, very good team. How they're not ranked is kind of crazy, but how that will work at AAA will all work itself out. So, the positives is like you got a lot of veterans, like I said, and you continue to build on that heading into the good old Watertown Yankton rivalry that's getting renewed here over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's something that head coach Brady Muth talked about at the end there, is the renewed rivalry between Yankton and Watertown. Getting to write another chapter this week, but it's the first time in a couple years that Juven Hudson, as you mentioned, will not be part of it. That is, you return, as you mentioned, a plethora of key guys, but you do lose the biggest piece of the running back room. Who is kind of stepping up into that role in the absence of Hudson after his graduation?
Well, you're going to probably see a little bit of the committee, because the other thing is that Watertown suffered. Probably they would have been the starting running back was Lincoln Scott, who's a sophomore, tore his ACL in the off season over the summer. So he's out all year, and he was a freshman that played a little running back and linebacker in secondary for the Arrows. An extremely versatile athlete. So that's a massive loss. For the Arrows to look into. So there's probably still trying to figure out who that main guy is going to be in the backfield, splitting some carries and trying to find, it's you call a spade, right? It's going to take them some time to find their offensive identity when you lose a guy like Juven. It revolved around him. It was all centered. I mean, everything, defenses, they had to prepare for him. Now, it might make it be a little bit easier because Juven isn't there, but you also don't know what Watertown's identity is because they're still working through the process and who's going to get the bulk of the carries and what they're going to look to do offensively. So I think you're just going to continue to look for some timeshare in that backfield at the moment.
And this is a big matchup early in the season. It's old school ESD, as you mentioned there, between the Arrows and Yankton. Long storied matchup between these two schools. What would be the best case scenario for Watertown? What would you, as a person who covers the team, what do you think they need to do if they want to get a big win over Yankton, who is flying high after their week opening win over Huron?
Yeah, I mean it's a home opener for Watertown, and what we know in Watertown here is the beginning of a kind of a very athletic senior group that's been waiting to come through. All the terms you've talked about them in multiple sports. I know them from the baseball diamond. They're making their name on the football mark. They got to the state basketball tournament last year for the first time in years. And you know what? They're continuing to build. So I think when you get that home excitement with a group of seniors that you're really relying on, to make some noise, just getting out there and being able to have that home opener under the belt. But I think the most important for them is to play with poise and control, because the emotions are going to be running high. And this is theoretically, it's the last year of the football at the Watertown Stadium for people that have history there. So this group wants to do something special there with that as well, and make a run with all these veterans here, and being able to control the emotions and getting out early, and obviously coming away with a win against a Yankton team they haven't beat here for a while.
Well, hopefully it's a great game on Friday night. I know you and I, we both have our rooting interests for either side, but it should be a great matchup when the Bucks and the Arrows clash on Friday night up at Watertown Stadium. Like you said, most likely the last time they clash at Watertown Stadium, because I know that new football field is still under some construction, but getting close to done up there in Watertown.
Yeah, it should be done here Micah Hawk. I read a lot of the college football stuff in the recruiting, but he might be I've seen a lot. He's the number one player in South Dakota as far as recruiting boards going to South Dakota State. So you run behind him. Jaden Lambert, Nashberg. I mean, these guys, Carter Ingle, they're all just big, big dudes. And you got to imagine that's what Watertown's philosophy is going to be. Now, who carries the ball is a different question.
Big thank you to Ryan Neal for talking to me about the Watertown Arrows at length earlier this week, giving a good insight to the Arrows program. Time to go to your pregame coach interview, brought to you by 1919 Root Beer. It's the creamiest full-body draft root beer available on tap at Charlie's Pizza or in large cans at the Yankton Hy-Vee. This time we get to talk to head coach Brayden Muth about how he feels about his team heading into week number 2. This interview was conducted by Josh Boelter, KYNT color commentator. Let's go to that interview now.
I'm Josh Boelter. You're listening to the Yankton Bucks football pregame show, and right now we welcome on Yankton Bucks head football coach Brayden Muth. And coach, I wanted to start by asking you, Watertown's a big rivalry. Can you just talk about the importance of this game, because it feels like a big one?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's a program deal. And we tell our guys every game is a Super Bowl, so every game's a big game. And this obviously has some implications, but it's a big game because it's Yankton, Watertown, and it's a big thing to our program, and it means something to guys. And I think, when you look back at the way the games played out when Yankton and Watertown played, there's always something on the line, and that's no different with this game.
And one thing that stood out to me about Watertown watching them last week is they have a big offensive line. What's your counter to that?
This would be the biggest team that we see, and they're big and physical, and they know it. And we're going to have to combat that with our own physicalness. I mean, that's the thing that we go into every game. I don't care how big a team is. We have to be the tougher guys on the field. And so it's something that we've talked to our guys. Obviously, we're going to have to understand that they're going to get their hands on us, and we're going to have to be able to get them off and fight a little bit. And so we're prepared for the match. I mean, it's going to be an exciting game with how big they are and with everything that is wrapped up in the game. But, at the end, it's guys trying to block and tackle, and they've got some really big boys.
And, Coach, obviously the field conditions of Watertown are a little bit different, baseball field and a football field combination. Do you have any thoughts on that and how that can impact the game?
It is interesting. It's something that, you have to maybe do things a little bit different, but we've already got that built in, and so we know what those answers are when we're on that different playing surface. It does change some of the decisions you make as far as if you're in a field goal situation. In those spots, we'll have to think a little bit harder, but we're ready for it.
Last week, you guys had a big 60-0 victory over Huron. Are there any things from last week's game that you wanted to carry over into practice this week?
You can't be satisfied. Everything happens in this game. It's all sequential, and so week by week, you have to get better. And if we spent more than 24 hours feeling good about that Huron game, we're going to get bit in the rear. And Watertown knows that too. They're coming off a hard-fought game against Sioux Falls Jefferson, and what they've got to do is now they've got to try to find some way to get back on the right side of things, and they're looking at us as an opportunity, and so we've got to be ready for it.
And we were talking about Watertown's size up front. With that, could we possibly see more subs on both sides of the ball throughout the game?
There will be some of that. Typically in the past, Watertown has really tried to slow things down against us, and so in the long run, that helps us out because we're not running at a high clip on both sides of the ball. Our goal is to always keep the best 11 on the field, and so those are in-game things, but there are more subgroups this week, and there are more guys getting on the field. I don't know if that's is designed because we're trying to keep guys fresh, or it's just the game plan that we've got put in place.
First road game of the season, Coach, and were there any things different this week in practice to get prepared for that, or is it business as usual?
I mean, it's just mental preparation. Everything, essentially, when we talk to guys, is everything is moved up one day. I mean, as far as getting things packed and what you've got to do for schoolwork and all of those things, then yeah, those types of things we've addressed all week long, and hopefully we don't have any hiccups with that.
And Watertown on offense, they want to run the ball. How do you guys counteract that?
We're going to be very aggressive on defense. Our strength is stopping the run. The thing that we're not as good at is in pass coverage. And when we've got some newer guys back there, we've got a free safety that's a young guy. And so those are things that we've got to be cognizant of. But their strength is in running the football. And so that's what we've got to be able to do to take care of first.
Speaking of run the football, Coach, last week you had 3 guys rush for over 100 yards. Do you expect to attack Watertown on the ground game more, or will we see a little bit more of the pass game this week?
We go into every offensive game plan with just we're going to take what the defense gives us. I know that I don't want to make that sound too oversimplified, but most of what we do offensively is the defense is going to present a front to us and a coverage to us, and a lot of times with the way that we The reason we go fast is so they don't have a lot of time to think about it, and they've got to keep things fairly vanilla. So we, a lot of times, know what front and coverage we're going to get presented because we forced them into a corner. We backed them into a corner with our tempo and just with the amount of formations that we run. And so we know what we're going to see for the most part, but when the ball is snapped, there's a lot of options going on. And so what you saw last week was a situation where we took a lot of runs. We stuck with the run call in the play because of the front that they were giving us, and you saw a lot of success in the running game. But you also saw situations where when they got up too close and they were in man coverage, we took advantage, and E came off and took some gift throws in our run game. And so we're going to take what they give us. But, we've got a very, very good stable of running backs. We've got a quarterback that can run. We've got an offensive line that works real well together. And so I guess we're ready for whatever they present us.
That was Yankton Bucks head football coach Brady Muth. I'm Josh Boelter. You're listening to the Yankton Bucks football pregame show here on KYNT.
Big thank you to Brady Muth, as always, for taking time to talk to us here on KYNT and KYNTV as part of the Bucks football kickoff show. Before we head back to break, thank you to a couple more of our sportscaster sponsors, including Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. State Farm, Roy Wilcox. No matter where you are in life, Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance will help you make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch on Broadway or over the phone at 665-1222. And lastly, Stockman's Motorsports, your local Polaris dealer with a full lineup of Rangers and Sportsmans ready to get you in the fields, in the woods, or wherever you like to go. Stockman's Motorsports is a proud supporter of all area athletes. We're running out of time to talk about this matchup. We're going to send it live to the field when we come back here on KYNT, KYNTV.
September is Healthy Aging Month. Yankton Medical Clinic reminds you that healthy aging begins with preventative screenings, and the best place to start is by having a colonoscopy. Colonoscopies are recommended for all individuals age 45 and older. Yankton Medical Clinic has 3 general surgeons who can complete this simple outpatient procedure on site, so there's no need to wait. Call 664-2742 to schedule your colonoscopy today. Learn more at yanktonmedicalclinic.com. So much care, so close to home.
So, you need a new vehicle. What's the best vehicle for you? Where do you get financing? What's your trade worth? Answer all these questions and more at BillionAuto.com. You can compare 16 new car brands and thousands of used vehicles, all in the palm of your hand at BillionAuto.com. Plus, estimate the trade value of your vehicle in 2 easy steps. It's car buying made easy. Apply for credit pre-approval at BillionAuto.com. All applications accepted, not all approved.
FNBO is the great big small bank, and for more than 165 years, we've been with you where you are. A bank that's ready for all your needs, both big and small. Here to help you earn more, save more, so you can do more every step of the way. It's what you can expect from the great big small bank. FNBO, independent and family owned for 6 generations, and ever so focused on you. Stop on by or visit us at fnbo.com, member FDIC.
Whether you're nearing retirement or already enjoying it, I'll help you create a financial plan that works best for you. I'm Adam Walter with Vantage Financial. I believe financial planning should be as enjoyable as a day spent fishing or pheasant hunting. If you want personalized investment planning, retirement strategies, and insurance reviews tailored to your unique goals, let's talk. Search Adam Walter with Vantage Financial or visit vfplanning.com.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
Welcome back in here on the Bucks Football Kickoff Show for one final time for me, as the time for talk is winding down. The Bucks and the Arrows are ready to take the field here shortly, and we're going to send you live to Bryce Ladwig and Josh Boelter after we thank a few more of our Sportscaster Club partners, including the Fox Stop. For all your daily convenience and fuel needs, make a stop at the Fox Stop. Buell's Cleaners for rugs, uniforms, linens, and other cleaning services. Go to Buell's in downtown Yankton. And lastly, Explorers Credit Union. They're here to help with a vision of financial empowerment for everyone. Discover the difference at explorerscu.com. The Bucks on the road for the first time this year. Bryce Ladwig and Josh Boelter on the call. Let's go live to Watertown with Bryce and Josh for Yankton Bucks football.
Lunges forward for the pylon. Yankton touchdown! Put 6 up on the board. That's a Yankton Bucks touchdown. He gets the handoff and is brought down behind the line by Yankton. Yankton touchdown! Brought down right at the 20. The bowling ball gets into the end zone. The touchdown, Yankton! Ball is loose. Ball is loose. It's going to be Yankton ball. He's at the 20. The 10, the 5. Touchdown, Yankton! Crane is going wild.
Now, let's go live to KYNT Sports Director and the voice of Yankton Athletics, Bryce Ladwig.
And live from Watertown Stadium, I am Bryce Ladwig alongside Josh Boelter. Week 2 of the 2024 Class 11 AA football season. The Yankton Bucks taking on the Watertown Arrows. Watertown sitting 0-1 on their season. Yankton coming off that 60-0 victory over Huron last week at 1-0. And Josh, I would say we are in a booth, but we're on a roof of Watertown Stadium. But it is brought to you by Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express Hotel Direct 605-653-2250. I'm looking forward, Josh, to a classic ESD battle.
Yeah, and this is my third time coming up here, and it's always a fun game between these two. Yankton, Watertown, big fight feel here on a Friday night.
Yeah, and, Watertown, I should have mentioned there last week. They lost 38-7 at a very tough 11 AAA team, Sioux Falls at Jefferson, and this is their home opener as well for the Arrows. So I have no idea what we're expecting from this Watertown team. They're always big. We know that. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we move forward here on the kickoff show. But size is one thing they always bring to the table.
Yeah, size always on the table here for Watertown. Like you said, they're a big team. They got a big crowd here tonight for the home opener. Gonna be interested to see it. That plays a factor here in this one. Yankton, once again, obviously on the road for the first time this season. A bunch of different factors there. We'll see maybe early on how that impacts this Yankton team.
Yeah, Yankton will be under the microscope as they face a tough opponent. Huron obviously struggling in some ways and trying to build that program up right now. Another talking point, Josh, Easton Nelson made an early statement for the Bucks in their Week 1 victory. Rushed for 3 scores, passed for another, only 6 total passes. I'm interested to see if Watertown puts Yankton in a situation where they have to go through the air a little bit more. Coach Muth, in your interview with him, said Yankton's just going to take what the defense gives them.
Yeah, and that's something Yankton's always been great at. But Easton Nelson, you talk about 2 words. I say duel, I say threat. Great game last week. 4 total touchdowns, 1 to the air, 120 yards rushing on the ground, 3 touchdowns there. Couldn't have asked for a better start to his career as the starter here for the Yankton Bucks this season. And like you said, it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to a little bit of a different defense, a little more size in those front lines. But like you said, and like Coach Muth said, taking what the defense gives you really will be a key tonight.
The Bucks are 3-0 versus Watertown since the Arrows moved from 11 AAA down to 11 AA. Last year, the Bucks defeated Watertown 31-20. I remember that matchup very well.
Yeah, that was I believe that was the bat game. Now we're not going to talk about that too much, but yeah, it was.
You told me I get 3 references to last year's nightmare.
You get 3, I get 1, so I used mine up. But yeah, it was a tough competitive game last year. Yankton had a couple big plays in that one, especially in the passing game last year. I remember that from Cam Schaff with his slew of weapons last year. So it'll be interesting to see how Yankton attacks them. We don't fully know what this Yankton offense is going to be. I mean, last week we saw them rush for 412 yards, but it's a different animal this week with Watertown. Is that going to be more of it? Is it going to be in the passing game? We're yet to see, and I'm excited to see what happens.
And Watertown, as we mentioned, is a giant question mark. Talk about they had 90 yards passing, 33 rushing yards. So virtually no offense started up for Watertown last week, and they're chomping at the bit.
Yeah, and we talked about them earlier. It will be interesting to see what that offense does. They had a tough opponent last week in a AAA school at Sioux Falls, Jefferson. Obviously another tough opponent here in Yankton, really testing out that offense here early on for the hometown Arrows.
Field conditions today, a nice 68 degrees here at Watertown Stadium, a light breeze. And Yankton always travels well, and today's no exception. Fans of the game brought to you by Triple Time Rudy's. Whether you're traveling to a home or away game, be sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's, located at 1606 Broadway Avenue. Officials of the game today are brought to you by the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General. They are the law on the field. We don't have a program. They handed them out after we got up here, Josh, and I'm not risking my life for that.
Yeah, and we've been on the roof, what, for now? 2-3 hours?
Too long, too long. But colors of the game. Yankton in their icy whites and red numbers, red helmets, of course, and Watertown in their home purple and gold trim. Keys to the game. And that's brought to you by Vision Real Estate, where their focus is always on you. Vision Real Estate located at 605 East 4th Street, Suite 2 in Yankton, or call 605-664-5555. Josh.
Yeah, looking at it here. And I'm sorry, Bryce, I got distracted by a text. What was going on?
Keys to the game.
Keys to the game. Yes. So it's going to be interesting tonight. I think we're talking about the front lines. No Edley Amaro tonight for Yankton. He's out tonight against this big Watertown offensive line. I want to see what happens there in that situation and how Yankton responds on the defensive line. You're going to see Talon Kenley, Derek Beelreicher, Fring. Yeah, and you're going to see 3 linebackers tonight. Tom Reardon getting the start as well. And, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens on that front line and with those linebackers against this Watertown team that, at least in the past few years with Hudson, will want to run the ball.
Key player of the game brought to you by Missouri River Associates. Looking for insurance agents that have the knowledge to point in the right direction? Contact Missouri River Associates in Yankton.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Talon Kenny tonight, Bryce. We were just talking about he's going to take over that lead edge rusher role here tonight in this one with no Edley Amaro. So keep an eye on that as the game goes on.
And special shout out to those at the KYNTV Watch Party location, Ben's Brew Station, the official watch party location of all KYNTV games. So grab your friends and families and get together for all the KYNTV action. Because if it's on KYNTV, it's on at Ben's. And starting lineups, that's brought to you by First Chiropractic Center, making life better, one adjustment at a time. We'll actually have those when we come back. We're about to have the national anthem here at Watertown Stadium. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT, KYNTV.
You can get expert eye care in Yankton with Avera Medical Group Wilcox & Eye Associates. Here, eye diseases and injuries receive the best care because we offer the newest surgical techniques, supported by the best technology. We'd be honored to be on the forefront of your eye care. Learn more by visiting avera.org/Wilcoxon. avera.org/Wilcoxon.
Whether it's to watch the game, eat out with the family, or hang out with friends, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is everyone's favorite place to eat. Checkers menu has mouth-watering burgers, satisfying sandwiches, and wraps, and of course, wings. With 18 specialty wings flavors, there's a sauce for everyone. Like to mix it up? Try their sauce of the month. Head to Checkers Tuesday to Thursday 4 to 11, Friday to Sunday 11 to 11 on Walnut just north of 4th Street in Yankton. Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
I am Juan Francisco Duarte, and basketball allows me to show my adventurous spirit. Right after graduating Mount Marty, I was selected to be part of the national basketball team for Colombia. Here I think is a great opportunity for me to expand, grow, and also help others to adventure in their journey.
Show your spirit at Mount Marty University and schedule a tour today at showyourspiritmmu.com.
Did you ever hear that cheese is the favorite food of all mice? Well, that's just a myth. Here's the fact. Mice love all food, often eating up to 8 pounds of it in their lifetime. Mice spread disease through urine, droppings, and dander, contaminating food and surfaces like counters and floors, and that's no myth. A pest professional is your best defense against the devastation rodents, termites, roaches, and ants can cause to your home and family.
Olson Pest Technicians, 1-800-KIL-BUGS.
Are you suffering from a recent injury or chronic pain?
Come see us, Lane and Reed Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of techniques to meet every patient's need and preference, including adjustments, dry needling, acupuncture, cupping, and rehabilitation.
We are dedicated to providing personalized and effective treatment plans to help you perform at your highest level and feel your best.
Whether you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, or a sports injury, we've got you covered.
Go to SWATchiropracticandrehab.com to schedule an appointment.
Did you know Sherco offers more than egg tarps? As an industry leader in construction, waste, and flatbed tarping systems, Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and grain carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best, demand Sherco.
So I switched my insurance to State Farm, and get this. I talked to an actual State Farm agent who lives in my actual town. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town gave me actual help with the coverage I needed. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town who gave me actual help actually knows my name. And get this. They actually say it's called service.
Call State Farm agent Rhonda Westland at 665-4411.
All right, starting lineups here today. They are brought to you by First Chiropractic Center, making life better, one adjustment at a time. Located at 2507 Fox Run Parkway in Yankton. And when it's time, we will let the PA take over here at Watertown Stadium.
Offensive unit. Starting at a center, 230-pound senior number 52, Mark Cuttle. At right guard, 230-pound junior number 77, Peyton Eustace. At left guard, 270-pound senior number 78, Derek Beal. At right tackle, 180-pound freshman number 68, Lucas Cordell. Starting at left tackle, 255-pound sophomore number 66, Austin Conway. At tight end, 205-pound senior number 35, Cale Gary. At wide receiver, 175-pound senior number 12, Carson Ness. Your slot back is 165-pound senior number 2, Connor Slava. At running back, 160-pound senior number 1, Evan Sirk. And at H-back, 215-pound junior number 9, Talon Kenny. And at quarterback, 180-pound senior number 4, Easton Nelson. Your Yankton coaching staffs include assistants Terry Beacom, Dan Swat, Brady Hale, Terry Huber, Justin Olson, Blake Sabi, Jason Sabi, and head coach Brady Muth. And now your starting lineup for the Watertown defensive unit. Starting at a nose guard, 300-pound senior number 78, Micah Hop. At defensive end, 250-pound senior number 62, Nash Berg. At a defensive end, number 65, Jaden Lambert. And an inside linebacker, 140-pound junior, number 5, Cooper Chetwig. And another inside linebacker, 160-pound junior, number 9, Caden Decker. And one outside linebacker, 215-pound senior, number 22, Spencer Lynches. The other outside linebacker position, 190-pound senior, number 25, Marcus Fossum. Starting at one cornerback, 150-pound junior, number 2, Cole Hampson. The other cornerback position, 175-pound senior, number 3, Nathan Briggs. Starting at strong safety, 165-pound senior, number 7, Mitch Olson. And at free safety, 165-pound senior, number 4, Jeremiah Schulte. Your Arrow coaching staff includes Kelly O'Connor, Fanatic fans, Chris Tracy, Brayden.
All right, that was your starting lineups. Again, brought to you by First Chiropractic Center. And now, Josh, time for the kickoff, brought to you by The Boathouse, located in the downtown Meridian District. The Boathouse is the most fun you can find on land. Head there for great food, fun, and drinks. If you can't be on the boat or at a Bucks or Gazelles game, then it's The Boathouse. All right, starting lineups, one thing we already talked about, Josh, and it just stands out to me. Watertown has some big boys.
Yeah, Watertown has some big guys, and, Yankton does too, but that is a tall lineup there for Watertown. It's going to be something to keep an eye on. We've talked about it at length in the pregame. Going to be interesting to see how that affects the game.
Interesting playing surface for Yankton. Of course, coaching staffs and players are going to downplay it. They don't want to let that become a key factor, of course. But playing on grass isn't the issue for Yankton. They practice on grass at Williams Field outside the high school. But it's really hard to ignore the dirt that spans about 10 yards over there on the far end zone.
Yeah, and that it's going to keep an eye on that when it comes to red zone offense, as well as extra points, field goals in that area tonight as the game goes on.
And we have our captains. You want to say our captains, Josh?
Yeah, taking a look at our captains tonight. We got Connor Slaba, Jace Sedlacek, Bodie Thurman, and Derek Beal out on the field as your captains tonight for the Bucks.
And we have our coin toss.
Eye on that.
And Watertown need a one-game sample, Josh, but kind of going through team stats. Watertown technically is allowing 406 yards per game.
Yeah, something tells me.
I think it's a one-game, maybe a skew there.
Yeah, looking at there, I know it goes the other way too. Yankton averaging 412 yards per game. We'll see if that keeps up.
All right, so Watertown won the toss and will defer, so they'll receive after halftime, and Yankton will.
We're going to get a look at the Bucks offense first here. And it looks like they're going to be heading towards the opposite end zone of the baseball field portion. So they'll start down on that end of the baseball field, but if they're able to move the ball, work their way out of that area, depending on what happens here.
Also helps, Josh, that when they do have to go toward the dirt, right, the sun shouldn't be in their eyes as it would be right now.
Right.
And so Yankton moving right to left on your screen on KYNTV or listening device, and Watertown left to right. See the big purple W right at the 50-yard line. This will be the last game, pending playoff matchup possibilities, of course, but this very well and probably is the last game that Yankton will ever play here at Watertown Stadium.
Yeah, and it's crazy. It's been a long process to get them to that new stadium, but it looks like that's going to happen next year. Excited for Watertown for that to happen for the town and the team, and of course, and things like that. Something to keep an eye on. Bryce, you did mention that sun earlier, and I wanted to add to that. That's really only should be a factor in the first quarter, so that's really nice for Yankton to be able to work with their backs to that in the first quarter.
No, absolutely, and that's what I was thinking. I just thought about it. I was like, well, which way would I not want to go right now? It turns out it's that way.
Here we go. Teams have taken the field, ready to kick off. Looks like it's going to be Slaba and Ness out deep here for the Bucks on this one.
Yeah, those two, the tandem.
Fisher to kick off for the Arrows, back deep for the Bucks.
And kicking off for Watertown
and number 12
is Riley Fisher.
You know, Bryce, so I can get it in here real quick. Connor Slaba, him and I, we got a lot in common. He's my guy. We're both Lions fans. So excited to see him on the field tonight, and then hopefully our Lions do well.
Yeah, there's two of you now.
There's two of us. I know.
All right, Yankton looking to make a statement. That happens here at Watertown as the ball falls off the tee.
There was a little bit of a breeze earlier. Not so much right now, at least up here. But
I swear it died right as we're about to have kickoff.
Yeah.
It kind of just went away. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, no, and I think both these teams are too. Keep that away, maybe help give a little bit of an extra day in special teams. Do you want me to ask you how you feel about the win, Bryce?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the win?
I'm glad it's gone, Josh. Thank you. All right, week 2, Yankton Bucks football is in the air here at Watertown Stadium. It will be Carson S to return at the 5-yard line, cuts the middle field, now to the near side. Gets around a couple defenders and almost broke loose. He did get past the 30-yard line. Will set up at about the 32, maybe the 33. Will the Yankton offense, Easton Nelson, will come in direct traffic.
Yeah, good kick return there from Ness. You get it past your own 30. Good field position to start, and now you hope to start a drive here at this Yankton offense that ran for over 400 yards last week.
32-yard
All right,
line.
2 receivers right, and Carson Ness, the lone receiver, on the left. Easton Nelson claps his hands. Quick throw out to the flat to Connor Slaba. Has some room out on the outside. He is speedy. Cuts now into the numbers and is brought down at the 44-yard line. And very nice gain for the Yankton Bucks.
Yeah, it should be enough for a first down. It looks like to me they're not moving. Yes, they are now moving the sticks. That's just a simple bubble screen, get Slob out in space. Easy first down.
First down, Yankton Bucks.
They were pretty slow on the chain at first. I was like, uh-oh. All right, and now Nelson. Similar, except receivers brought in closer now. Slaba. And Nelson back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, rolls to the outside, trying to get out of play here into safety. And is thrown out of play after a small gain for Yankton. About half the yards needed.
Yeah, about 3, maybe 4 yards there on that one. Nice little scramble. Didn't really see anything. Had a bit of pressure. Able to climb the pocket and get a couple yards to turn it into a positive play.
3, maybe 4 yards. 3 yards will call.
And now Nelson again sends Slaba in motion right behind him. Handoff, Cirque. Up the middle, we have a flag on the far side of the field after about a 2-yard, maybe a yard gain. We'll see what this flag is.
Yeah, not much, like you said, maybe a yard or 2, if that. Usually a lot of those pre-snap flags, that's going to be something on the front lines there. Could be a holding, maybe an illegal formation, something like that. But keep an eye. And the Bucks do look like they're walking backwards, so it looks like this is going to be on Yankton. Legal formation on that one. Bryce, I think I'm 1 for 1 tonight on penalty calls. Let's go.
There you go.
I'm on a good start there. But either way, now the Bucks going backward. Look like they're going to have about, call it second 12 here on this one.
Second 11 for the Bucks.
Nelson gets ready, sends a man in motion. Looks like that's Slaba. Takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. That's big Matt Sheldon. And he went down. I think he lost the ball. Ball is loose, and I think Watertown fell on that one, Bryce.
Yep, everyone's freaking out. I think it's Watertown football, judging by the constant reaction here. And they haven't officially. Yep, there they go. It's Watertown football. So Matthew Sheldon fumbles at about the 47-yard line. Ball goes loose, and now Watertown will have their first offensive drive.
And looking at that play, Bryce, that wasn't even necessarily a hard hit. What Watertown did there, and I couldn't see the number, I saw a big hand get in there and strip that football. That's an impressive thing to do when you have a guy like Matt Sheldon running the ball.
All right, and we have Watertown's offense coming out. And you have Trayton Hemrick, 5'10", 170-pound senior. 1 passing touchdown last week. That was their lone score. 2 running back set. 1 hand in the dirt. He gets low. He's under center. Yankton with an odd front here today. And a handoff to the right side. And it is handed off to Malik Decker, the 5'7" senior. And he is brought down right behind the line.
Yeah, Yankton winning the line of scrimmage battle on that play. It looked like it was Bryce Krall with a couple other Bucks in on that play. Nice job. And Watertown's going to want to run that football, put them in second and long in situations like that. Nice job there by the Yankton defense.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
So 2nd and 10, so maybe not a loss, but right at the line at the very least.
Around the Bucks at 47 and a half.
And Yankton with their 3 D linemen. Only 2 down in the dirt.
Watertown in the gun here on this play.
Yep, and Hemrick from the shotgun rolls left. He's looking downfield. He may have a receiver open. He may have Nathan Briggs, and Briggs does bring it in. He brings it in at about the 20-yard line. Going to give him some forward progress as well, so to the 15. And obviously a first down, and now in the red zone are the Arrows.
Yeah, and I thought for a second there that maybe that pass is going to be underthrown, but Hemrick did a nice job of floating that one, putting it right on the numbers for Briggs there on a deep sail route, getting the first down. And now, like you said, in business here at about the 15-yard line.
And so now Hemrick and company back under center. It is Malik Decker behind him as the running back. And takes the snap. Handoff Decker. Gets to the line of scrimmage and gets out to the left. And Watertown will score. And they draw first blood here at Watertown Stadium. Lead 6-0. Malik Decker found a hole he liked, and he's a speedy one. Gets into the end zone.
Yeah, and that was a nice run. Just bounced it outside. What interested me about that Watertown offense in that drive, 3 plays, 3 different formations. They went I-form on first, went out of the gun on second, and single back set there on that touchdown play. Watertown with a nice drive to start this one. 2 big plays there to end the drive and score.
Extra point attempt by Riley.
And Riley Fisher out for the extra point.
Number 17, Marcus Pipkin.
The snap, the hold, and the kick is low. Hits the low crossbar. And so extra point conversion, no good. And it's Yankton trailing 6-0 versus Watertown here at Watertown Stadium. Yankton will have their second drive coming up. And by the way, the opening drive earlier, Josh, brought to you by Triple Time Rudy's. Whether you're traveling to a home or away game, be sure to fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's, located at 1606 Broadway Avenue. And we'll take a break, brought to you by Hedro, one of Yankton's biggest and best employers. Back in 30 seconds. This is Yankton Bucks football.
FM 1021 and AM 1450, KYNT, Yankton.
Sports injuries can be the result of competitive activities, but can also happen by just participating in leisure activities too. If you're experiencing pain as the result of your chosen activity, consider chiropractic care. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. We have experienced chiropractors that work with sports injuries every day. Our treatment options are aimed to minimize pain, reduce recovery time, and reduce risk of future injuries. Visit First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Carson Ness and Connor Slava back to return again. And a rare turnover by Yankton, and you don't expect to see many of those this season.
Right, that's the first of the season for the Bucks. Fumble on that last drive, obviously. That's not something you want if you're Coach Muth and Coach Huber. We're going to see how they respond on this.
Carson Ness returns, cuts to the middle now, and he, twice now, Josh, he's almost broken free out of a tackle, but is brought down by the waist at the 20-yard line, and Yankton's offense will come out for another crack at it.
Yeah, Ness is doing a good job on kick returns here, putting Yankton in good field position off of kickoffs on that. If you start with the ball at the 30 every time, I think Coach Muth will take that.
Two receivers far side, two left. Single back set. Easton Nelson now checking things over. Claps his hands, takes a snap, looking to pass quickly out to Carson Ness at the 30. And lunges forward, and he's brought down at the 36-yard line. About half the yards needed, so it should be about 2nd and 3. Maybe 4.
And Yankton sees something in that bubble screen game they like. They've started both drives so far with quick bubble screens outside.
Too far, one near, handoff. Cirk gets a nice block, but once he reaches the linebackers, they punish him right at the 40, and maybe a first down. Yes, they are waving a first down as he got just enough, and I think he had just a last-second stretch there as his helmet also came off, Josh.
Yeah, Cirk's helmet did come off there. He's going to have to come off the field, replace him on the field. Looks like it's Owen Eidsness walking on. Empty set here for the Bucks, but either way, first down, fresh set of downs.
As you said, empty set as Carson Ness now set in motion from near to far side. Nelson takes a snap, rolls right. He's looking downfield. He finds Carson Ness at the 50, cuts toward the Watertown 45, brought down at the 44-yard line, move the chains. Yankton is in Watertown territory.
And that's a heck of a ball there from the senior quarterback. He's on the run, and that's a tight window where you only have a certain amount of time to make that throw, and he did to Ness there for a first down, like you said.
Kind of a bunch of trips receivers left set here. Easton Nelson, quick pass out to Slava at the 45, cuts to the 40, gets the 35 to the 30. And the speedster is hit hard out of play at around the 20. We do have a flag out on the field. And what are you thinking here, Josh?
We got 2 flags on the field. Some out here, usually that means holding or something like that, maybe on one of the wideouts. Either way, Yankton once again attacking with that bubble screen. Yankton is walking backwards. It looks like, or at least they're staying put right now. We'll see what this is, and if it's a spot foul, where the ball will be at. Looks like they are marking it back. They're walking back from about the 40.
They say number 4?
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Number 0. Looks like they're going to call that there on Eidsness on that one. Either way now.
I thought I heard 4, and I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, so now first and really long penalties and turnovers early on kind of causing some troubles for the Bucks.
1st and 20. And now Nelson steps to his left now, will run himself. Is brought down by the horse collar. There's going to be a flag. No! Where's the flag on that one?
Yeah, that looked like a horse collar tackle to me, and I'd have to go back and see that. But either way, that did not look like
If it wasn't, it was really close.
Yeah.
8.5 minutes left in the first quarter. 2 receivers far side, 1 near. Matthew Sheldon, the running back. Kilgary, or is it Talon Kenny? Talon Kenny, the up back. And now Easton Nelson Pass out to Carson Ness at the Watertown 30. Brings it in! Wow!
What a catch there from Carson Ness, and he's standing up and letting them know on that one. He's had a couple plays like that.
Carson Lock Ness brings it in at the Watertown 30. And wait, do we have another?
You're saying that was
Illegal formation.
Oh, illegal formation.
So illegal formation going on Yankton, so we'll back them up even farther. And Coach Brady Muth, let's just say, Josh, I just don't think he's happy.
Yeah, you know, it's a combination, the penalties and then that turnover. Frustrating, especially when you have a big play like that from Ness. And now you find yourself in a second about 25 here, already down a score in this game.
Trips receivers right, one left. Easton Nelson, single back set. Matthew Sheldon goes out for a pass. Nelson steps up, looking downfield, and almost intercepted by Watertown. Intended target was Carson Ness, and almost with the reception was the 5'9" junior Cole Hansen. Before we say anything, Josh, I want to mention we've got a couple comments about the clock. So we have a camera on the clock right now, but the sun, the way it's positioned right now, is just completely just drowning out those numbers right now. So it will, when it gets a little darker, be able to see those on the screen.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what Yankton does on third down. Maybe a bubble, something short, or maybe if they'll take a shot and try to get the first down.
Empty backfield. Nelson on 3rd and 25. Not many options here. He's under pressure. He's looking downfield. Had to keep it himself. Try to get into the best possible punting position, and he was hit really close to being out of bounds.
But it was close, but I think that was in bounds on that play.
Okay, but he's trying to fight for that extra yard, and right around the 50, maybe the Yankton 49 is where we'll have the long snapper, Cale Gary, come out, and we'll have the punt crew.
Yeah, it's going to be Matthew Sheldon handling the punting duties once again tonight. Didn't see a lot of action last week, but
one punt.
One punt, and he's going to have his first punt of the night here in the first quarter.
7:46 to go in the first quarter. Yankton trailing 6-0. Matthew Sheldon spiral punt hits the Watertown 20 and just kind of dies right there. Takes a Watertown leap forward to the 21. And that's where the Arrows will take over for their second offensive drive.
Yeah, nice punt there from Sheldon. Now, this Yankton defense, they're going to have to adjust. They gave up that big pass, did about a 15-yard run for a touchdown there. They're going to have to adjust a little bit and get ready for that. But interesting test here for Yankton, down early on defense.
All right, and as we wait, again, I want to mention the clock numbers will show up, sometime when the sun decides to not wash it out. It's directly on it right now, and this is an older scoreboard, as you might imagine. Watertown Stadium, built in the 40s.
Yeah, we talked
I
about...
don't think the scoreboard is the 40s, though, Josh, but not much farther after.
And, we talked about the sun impacting play here in the first quarter. And, in fact, it actually is just going to impact our broadcast.
Yeah, just our broadcast. And then later tonight, probably the Bats. There's about one of three I get.
You get three.
7:36 to go in the first. Watertown leads 6-0. Hemrick with the shotgun snap. Steps forward under some pressure and is brought down in the backfield. Didn't see who was in on it.
Holding the ball.
Yeah, it looks like there's a couple Yankton defenders getting out of that pile. I see Riker, Frang, and company in the mix on that one. Yankton having a couple wins early on that front line, at least on the first play of each drive with a sack there. Now second, call it 12 here for the Arrows.
They're giving Frang, the PA at least, the press box is giving Frang the tackle. So 2nd and 11 for the Arrows. Now without Elie Amaro, we mentioned that this is going to be an odd front for Yankton. They're already facing a big challenge, a big, heavy offensive line for Watertown, very strong. And a quick handoff out to the outside and brought down behind the line. Again, this time Marcus Fossum, the 5'10", 190-pound senior. Yankton is just flooding that backfield.
Yeah, and it looked like it was Bryce Carl along with Talon Kenny in the mix on that one. 3rd and long here for Watertown. We have seen them complete a shot play earlier in this first quarter. They're probably looking at another one here on this one in a 3rd and long, call it 3rd and 13 situation.
So 3rd and 13 for Watertown. 3rd and 14 or 15, or as the PA say, 13, 14, 15, or 16.
Yeah, scoreboard says 13, but that, at least on the field, looks like at least 3rd
I want to
15
trust other people's math today.
Yeah.
3rd and 13 now for 3rd and something for Watertown. I could count myself, but
looks like we got
have a flag
here. Yeah,
it's going to change anyway.
And it looks like, I'm guessing it looks like a false start on this one, and it is. They're going to go back even further on this one.
So snap infraction going on Watertown. That'll back them up.
And we do have confirmation from our very own Brayden Butler. It is 3rd and 21 here for the Arrows.
There you go. Thank you, Brayden. And Watertown. We're just not in the most advantageous spot, but it is what it is. And Hemrick, right side, 2 receivers, 2 on the left, single back set. That running back is Fossum. Hemrick now. Hands to Fossum, goes up the middle and out to the outside, and is brought down by a host of Yankton Bucks. You can credit about 3 of them with the tackle, but I think that the number 1 culprit for Yankton there was Carson Ness.
Yeah, and I think both teams just kind of said okay on that play. Watertown goes, we're in 3rd and 21. We have a lead. We're going to run the ball here. And Yankton, they're more playing back just in case there is a shot play on that. We're going to get a punt here. Yankton defense gets off the field and has a nice response after a tough first drive.
5:15 to go in the first. Watertown leads 6-0. And out to a punt for Watertown is Spencer Winchus. And now it is Connor Slaba calling for a fair catch, and he does so at the Yankton 43. And what are you pointing at? Do we have another flag?
We do have a flag down and call it about the 16-yard line. I'm interested to see what this call is. I was going to say the officials have been busy early on here in this one. A lot of penalties so far here.
Okay, so illegal formation. Yankton declines it. So Yankton will take over on their own 43-yard line. Now time for the 3rd offensive drive for the Bucks. It'll be Carson Ness and Connor Slaba on the near side of the field. And your far receiver to be named later. As Connor Slaba is now in motion near the far side. Nelson, handoff. It is Cirk. Cirk bounces that side, back inside the numbers, and is slowed down after about almost a 5-yard gain.
Yeah, 5-yard gain there from Cirk. Late decision from Nelson to hand that off. And looking on the outside there, I believe that's Owen Eidsness on the outside for you there. But call it 2nd and about 3 or 4 here for the Bucks.
Identify yourself. Trip receiver is right. Nelson, pitch option, does pitch out to Cirk. Gets to the 45, and brought down behind the lines is Cirk. Not many options there once he got the ball.
And that's just a nice read there by Pitkin. I mean, it's a speed option. You're trying to get the defender to come down to the quarterback and pitch it out. Pitkin recognizes that and takes away Cirk on that play.
3rd down and 6 for the Bucks.
So 3rd and 6 for Yankton. Trip receiver is right, 1 left. Carson Ness, a lone receiver on the near side, left hash marks. Easton Nelson, snap, looking to pass. Looking downfield for Ness. Ness won't be able to get there in time. Ball lands at the 20. Ness was staying up at the 24. Incomplete pass.
Yeah, just sailed that pass a little bit. Not a bad one, but just a little bit overhead there. Had the man, made a good read. Either way, though, this Bucks offense, 3 drives, no points early on in this game.
4th and 5 for Yankton. There is 4:04 left in the first quarter. And Matthew Sheldon out to a punt. He has
Sheldon a punt for the Yankton Bucks.
3 blockers back there with him. And a line drive, end over end punt hits the Watertown 25 into the arms of the Watertown receiver. And on that reception was Marcus Pitkin, surrendered himself at the Watertown 19-yard line.
Yeah, that's a nice another nice punt there. From Matthew Sheldon, getting a good roll after bouncing, and Watertown once again starting inside their own 20 here on this drive after 2 good punts from Matthew Sheldon.
3:51 to go in the first. You never know when people hear me or not, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you. The clock will be working once the sun finds a different angle that it likes that's not washing out the scoreboard here. Apologize for that, but try to keep you updated on the time. For those watching on KYNTV, thanks for tuning in.
Looks like Watertown's coming out in some kind of wildcat formation here.
And it is a weird formation as the snap goes to Wenchus, and Wenchus out to the left side and gets to the Watertown 26.
Up to the 34-yard line.
Or wait, 34 rather, sorry.
Yeah, 24 there. It looks like,
Oh, whatever. PA, you know
24 looks like about a gain of 4 or so on the play. What you want to do to keep on schedule there out of that wildcat formation. Looks like a bit of bobble snap, but either way, right on schedule.
That's what happens when you let someone else do your homework and you don't do it yourself. Just listen to what the PA says and repeat them. All right, so 2nd and 6 for Watertown. As Hemrick now looks to pass. And open is Pitkin, and almost intercepted by Cale Hazelhorst, goes through his arms into the arms of Marcus Pitkin, and a Watertown score. Cale Hazelhorst had that one. It was going to be a great play from Hazelhorst, but couldn't bring it in. Marcus Pitkin was there to kind of rebound, a little bit of a deflection there, and bring it in for the Arrows, now leading Yankton 12-0.
Yeah, big play there. They've taken 2 shots and succeeded both times in this game. Yankton's going to have to adjust to that. Went right to the hands of Hazelhorst there. Tough catch to make, but either way, Pitkin comes down with it and scores on the big touchdown.
So Fisher out for the extra point. And that one is no good. It missed left. I thought it was just inside the upright, but no, missed left. So both conversions for Watertown are no good. It's 12-0. Watertown on top. 2:54 to go in the first quarter. And we'll be back in 1 minute. Timeouts are brought to you by Hedro, one of Yankton's biggest and best employers. When it's time for a new job, maybe a new career direction, visit jobs.hedro.com. Back in 60 seconds, Yankton Bucks football.
For over 40 years, your local heating and cooling contractor has been Larry's Heating and Cooling. How do we stay in business that long? Our customers know we stand behind our work. We offer top quality name brand equipment, and no one matches our pricing. When compared to the other local Lennox dealers based in Iowa, we are $2,000 less for the same equipment. Not a Larry's customer? Well, when you're ready to upgrade, trust Larry's. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and reliable service. Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermilion.
Wellness should feel good and taste good. That's why Alani Nu offers a range of delicious energy drinks to support your goals while bringing bright, bold flavors to your daily routine. Whether you want to hit your last rep, beat the competition, or simply balance your hormones, do it all with an Alani Nu energy drink in hand, promising to increase physical performance and boost focus with just 10 calories and no sugar or gluten. Alani Nu energy drinks are a healthy way to fuel your fun. Stock up today.
Fisher the kickoff. Kind of a short kick. Hits the 20, and charging it is Carson Ness. Dangerous play, but he makes it work and loses the football. Watertown ball. Carson Ness found an opening he liked, Josh, and kind of cut toward the outside of the field, and the ball was stripped from behind him. So Watertown will take over at the Yankton 32-yard line.
Yeah, and that's 2 turnovers here early on in this game. 2 fumbles in the first quarter for Yankton. Obviously not what you want if you're Coach Muth, but they're going to have to clean that up as this game goes on.
So Yankton's defense will be relied upon here to minimize the damage. And honestly, I think the way that we've seen this Watertown special teams, a very short sample, of course. I don't know if a field goal is something that they would really even want to try. Maybe a 4-down territory the whole way.
That is something that's possible, especially when you're in plus side here, starting at the 30-yard line to start this drive.
And 3 receivers right. Man in motion. Hemrick back to a pass flag on the far side of the field. Hemrick looks to run. He does to the 30, to the 25, gets out of play at the Yankton 25. Let's see what this flag is. Far side of the field.
Usually in that area, that's probably a hold, but something to keep an eye on here. Really could change, obviously, the field position on this play and see where the drive goes.
It's getting chilly.
It is getting a little chilly out here. I wasn't quite ready for this weather. I wore a pullover tonight, thinking if I could go back in time, maybe a sweatshirt.
Illegal motion number 3.
So legal motion on Watertown, and that was Nathan Briggs, the 5'10 senior.
Yeah, a lot of legal motion penalties early on this one. I've seen a couple on the Bucks so far. You can see it there on Watertown this game. That's something you saw in that. If you watched the Chiefs and Ravens last night, there was a lot of that in that game as well.
2:30 to go in the first quarter. 12-0 lead for Watertown. Watertown ball on the Yankton 36-yard line. Hemrick, 2-back set. Or excuse me, that's actually Winchus who takes the snap. That was an odd formation. He's brought down at the 40, so a small, pretty significant loss. Actually, lost about 4 yards. Yankton able to make it happen.
Yeah, and it looks like it was Thomas Reardon and Riker Frang who were in on that one, along with a couple other Bucks. Watertown going back to that Wildcat formation.
I'm going to call it a Power Cat.
The Power Cat. I like
Yeah.
it. I would say that Spencer Wenchins is a big kid, 6'1", 215. Big boy running the football there, and Yankton doing a nice job of sending him backwards.
Power Cat, copyrighted Bryce Ladwig on September 6th, 2024.
Nice.
There you go. Himrick back at the quarterback position with 2 receivers right side, 1 on the far side. And we do have a timeout. That'll be taken by the Arrows. And we'll step aside as well. Back in 30 seconds. Timeouts are brought to you by Hedro, one of Yankton's biggest and best employers. When it's time for a new job, maybe a new career direction, visit jobs.hedro.com. Bucks football.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, we treat our patients like family.
We have an experienced and extremely caring dental team. We take the time to make sure you understand your oral health and answer any questions you have about your dental treatments.
With an office located in the heart of Yankton at 1818 Broadway, we're centrally located for all patients in the area.
Whether you need fillings, crowns, or bridges, just a teeth cleaning, or even Botox.
Contact Elwood Family Dental Care today.
Introducing the perfect match for your Yankton High School sports nights. Ben's Brew Station and KYNTV. Whether it's a hard spike, exciting goal, or the biggest Friday night football matchup, we're here to ramp up your spirit and bring the video streaming excitement to you. Gather your friends, your family, and tune into the action. Cheer for every moment with the area's biggest Yankton sports fans. Ben's Brew Station is your sideline seat to unforgettable high school sports moments. If KYNTV is streaming it, it's on at Ben's Brew Station.
Yeah, sorry about that. We are back here, though, and nice run from Watertown, but I think it's coming right back, Josh.
Yeah, Watertown with a bubble screen there on second and long. Gained a lot of yards back, but I think they're going to call a block in the back here, and that was on Spencer Wenchins on that one. That'll send Watertown way back here. Well, actually, that might be a spot foul, so only maybe actually a couple of yards on that. But either way, nice break there for Yankton.
So Wenchins there. And just over a minute to go in the first quarter. Watertown leads Yankton 12-0. It is 2nd and 28 for the Arrows, as Himrick has Marcus Fossum as his lone back, 2 receivers on each side. Himrick takes the snap. Handoff. Fossum has a lot of room, moves up the middle, and meets the Yankton linebackers at the Yankton about 36-yard line. So he did scoot forward there, Josh, but then when he hit a wall, he hit it hard.
Yeah, that's just a halfback draw there from Watertown, trying to get some of those yards back on that one. Watertown now calling about a 3rd and say maybe 13, maybe 15 on this. And they've been known so far to have a couple shot plays. Don't be surprised if they try to go right back to that here on 3rd down.
So 3rd and 13 it says in the scoreboard we're referencing. 3rd and 15 says the PA. So 3rd and 14 it is.
Works for me. Works for me.
I could do my own math, but yeah. And receiver in motion far to near side. Himrick looking to pass. He has Pitkin who's streaking toward the end zone, but he is brought down in the backfield by Yankton. Yankton able to get back there for the sack. And that's going to be our sack of the game. Brought to you by Vantage Financial. Contact Adam Walter of Vantage Financial today. Search Adam Walter, Vantage Financial. And that is the end of the first quarter. It'll be 4th down when we return for Watertown. And your first quarter sponsors are First Dakota National Bank. For more than 150 years, they've been providing South Dakota families and businesses just like yours with personalized banking services. First Dakota National Bank is proud to support the Yankton Bucks. Member FDIC. And the UPS Store, offering packing and shipping plus printing services, mailboxes, and direct mail services, helping small businesses reach their goals in Yankton across from Walmart. All right, and scoreboard update. Watertown leading Yankton 12-0, brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab. Their #1 goal at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab is to make each patient feel at home and know they are truly there to help you live a healthier, pain-free life. SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Visit them at swatchiropracticandrehab.com. And that quarter break was brought to you by Alani New Energy Drinks. Wellness should feel good and taste good, which is why Alani New Energy Drinks should be part of your daily routine. Increase physical performance and boost focus with just 10 calories. All right, Watertown ball, and they are out to punt, Josh.
Yeah, nice job there by big Derek Beal at the end of the first quarter to get the sack and force a key stop after a turnover.
And it was a fake pump, and it's intercepted by Cale Hazelhorst in Yankton territory. And what did you see there? Because it was a punt, I was looking at a note I was making to myself earlier, and I look up, ball's in the air, and Cale Hazelhorst brings it down.
Yeah, it was a delayed rugby style where the punter picks it up and throws it. Execution wasn't necessarily the best. Either way, Yankton getting the ball back and forcing a turnover there on that one. Hazelhorst with the pick. And they're calling pass interference actually on Watertown, but they're declining that anyways. Yankton getting the ball here in good field position, called about the 43-yard line, trying to get something going here after a couple fumbles in that first quarter.
All right. And so now Matthew Sheldon moves in motion, handoff to Cirque. Another flag behind the Watertown secondary. And he is brought down right behind the line, pending what this infraction will be.
Yeah, and Caden Decker for that Watertown defense came flying in and pulled Cirque to the ground on that one for a loss of 2. Got to see what the penalty is. No one's really moving backwards or forwards. In fact, I think they're picking up the flag actually on this one. And it's just going to be 2nd and 12 here for the Bucks.
No penalty on the play.
He's just so used to throwing the flags all night. They just want to keep doing it.
It's practice.
It's practice. All right, 2nd and 12 for the Yankton Bucks. Owen Eidsness in quick motion. Easton Nelson looking to pass. And he is looking for Cale Gary. And Gary had the ball, made contact at least, but then he was made contact with the Watertown arrows. A hard hit at the 50.
Tough catch to make there. Cole Hansen for Watertown came in and blew that play up. Nelson with a good ball, but like I said, that's a tough play to make when you got a corner flying in there and timing that hit perfectly.
3rd and 12 for the Bucks. Trips receivers left, 1 right. Matthew Sheldon, the lone running back. Easton Nelson takes a late snap here, rolls left. He's scrambling for his life right now, directing traffic, trying to get away, and he is brought down behind the line and right out of bounds, well behind the line of scrimmage, maybe about 5 yards behind. And I'll bring up 4th and long.
37 yards.
Yeah, and tough start here for this Yankees offense. The Watertown defense is flying all over the field. You saw it there again in Yankton, punting this ball back. We talked about it last week. Only had 1 punt against Huron. 3 early on here in the first half for the Bucks.
So
4th and 15 for Yankton now. Matthew Sheldon back to a punt. And sends a nice punt over to about the 30-ish yard line there. 33. Takes a Watertown bounce, an extra yard. And it'll be about 34 is where Watertown will take over offensively.
Yeah, and Bryce, this Watertown offense has a chance to take a commanding 3-score lead here if they can get something going on this. Last try they had good field position, went backwards after a big sack and a couple penalties, things like that. But they've connected on a couple shot plays early on in this game that have led to those 2 scores. It'll be interesting to see if they maybe try to test this Yankton secondary again, or if they stick to a lot of their ground game as well as they've done on some other drives.
Yeah, Yankton's defense hasn't performed badly at all. They've been pretty good in the field here today, but they have also been put in some pretty bad situations.
Right, and that's a couple turnovers, things like that. They've responded okay to those. Problem is those shot plays Yankton's really struggled with early on.
Himrick under center. And it's a handoff over to Malik Decker.
The handoff is to number 30, Malik Decker.
And he gets to the Watertown 36-yard line.
Yeah,
so about 3.
And I think Yankton identified run pretty early on that play. If you watch the outside corner there, Maska, he was coming inside, raring to head into the line there, leaving just a safety on the receiver outside. So they identified run very early on that, only about a gain of maybe 2 or 3 on that play.
Malik Decker will be subbed out with Marcus Fossum coming in as a running back. So committee that we talked about in the kickoff show, Brayden's interview with Ryan Neal. And Himrick under center again. Something you don't see it that much anymore at that 11 AA. And fake handoff, rolls left, so it's play action. And looking downfield, looking for Mitch Olson, and intercepted by Cale Hazelhorst. Interception number 2 for Cale Hazelhorst here for Yankton.
And he's responded really well, right? He was the guy who was in coverage on that shot play for the touchdown earlier. He responds there, turns around, sees the ball's a little underthrown, sailed up in the air for a bit, and he's able to recognize it, pick it off, and get this ball back to Yankton, who's now looking to get something going, held scoreless early on in this one, trying to get into this and make it a 1-score game.
All right, so Yankton football on their own 30. Easton Nelson, 2 backs sent. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Nelson to pass. Steps up in the pocket. He'll keep it himself. Has to lower his shoulder pads, and nice little spin move there after contact. Gets all the way to the Yankton 39, so a 9-yard gain.
Yeah, nice yard gain there. Couldn't find anything. Had a little bit of pressure. Was able to climb up the pocket and escape and get about a gain of 9 there. Make it a second and manageable.
So Easton Nelson. Second and 1, Matthew Sheldon, a rare instance, is just stopped dead right at the line. Lost about a half a yard.
Yeah, you know, in some plays in football, we try to overcomplicate things. We say that play was really simple. Watertown just won up front, was able to stuff Sheldon in the backfield.
Trips receivers left, 1 right. Matthew Sheldon still the lone running back. It's 3rd and 1 for the Bucks. 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. Nelson looking to pass. Finds Sheldon, or does he? Is batted down at the line. That was Caden Decker, the 5'9 junior, getting his hand in there.
Yeah, that was tough. Bad at the line. It looks like Yankton is going to punt this football here. I know it's 4th and 2. Probably a little too early to go for it in this situation. Yankton's going to punt this one away.
So it is Matthew Sheldon back to punt again. Back to return Nathan Briggs and Marcus Pitkin. Nice boot from Sheldon. As Pitkin's back to return at the Watertown 29. Goes one way, now goes to the outside. He has plenty of room. Oh boy. To the Watertown 40, to the 50, into Yankton territory. We do have a flag, but he gets to the Yankton 25-yard line. Yankton is, every player is crossing their fingers hoping that this is against Watertown.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't know who this will be on. I think there's a chance this might actually be on Yankton. Maybe some kind of a blindside hit kind of situation on that. We're interested to see what they call, but a nice punt return there for Pitkin. He's made a couple nice plays in this game, including a big touchdown on a pass in the first quarter.
So no penalty, actually, and that was just a huge return for Marcus Pitkin, the 5'10 junior. And Watertown making a statement early against Yankton. Yankton ahead of them in all of the polls, and Watertown really just, I think, wants everyone to know that that first game was against a really good 11 AAA Sioux Falls Jefferson on the road, and that this is more of the team they are.
Right, and they've come out and made a statement early on this game. And going back to that punt, Yankton was in trouble early on that one. You had 6 guys over on the right, or over heading towards the sideline, and Pitkin was able to cut and make a play. Now good field position here for the Arrows.
Himrick under center. Handoff to Decker. Excuse me, Malik Decker. Gets to the outside, gets to the 10, and is brought down right inside the 5-yard line. I think Bodie Thurman was in on that tackle. Yeah, so right at the 5-yard line, Watertown knocking on the door.
And that's the second time, Bryce, tonight that Decker's been able to cut out to the left, bounce out. He had a touchdown on that earlier in the first quarter. He does it again, has another big gain on that one. Now Watertown here in 1st and goal.
And now Watertown makes some quick substitutions here. Probably more of a goal line package. Bringing another big guy. Coming in late is Luca Lesson, the 6'2", 245-pound junior. That's medium size for this Watertown team.
And I think we got a timeout on the field here on this one.
All right, timeout brought to you by Hedro, one of Yankton's biggest and best employers. When it's time for a new job, maybe new career direction, visit jobs.hedro.com. Timeout Watertown back in 30 seconds. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT and KYNTV.
Fires deep down the middle of the field for Carter Bill. He juggled. He caught it. Touchdown, South Dakota.
Catch the South Dakota football team in the Dakota Dome as they host Drake September 21st at 1 o'clock. Head to Coyote Alley pregame to check out our Ag Appreciation Day displays. Don't miss out on the action. Secure your tickets now at goyotes.com.
Carter Bill juggled the football and somehow pulled it in double coverage. And South Dakota strikes again.
8:28 to go in the first half. And it is that, as we coined, Josh, the power cat formation for Watertown. Spencer Winches.
4 backs in the backfield on this one.
Takes the snap, and Watertown back on the board again. Spencer Winches gets in there. And with 8:21 to go in the second quarter, Watertown will take an 18-0 lead versus the Yankton Bucks.
Yeah, Yankton's found themselves in a hole early. This Watertown offense, they've been able to run the ball, have a couple shot plays in the mix as well. They find themselves up 3 scores halfway through this second quarter.
And extra point crew is out, or is it? No.
I think they might be going for this one. Might as well. You missed 2 extra points there in the first half.
Trying to maybe catch some points here. And similar formation again. This is going to be a Wildcat to Spencer Winchus. Yankton trying to load the box here. Winchus takes the snap and gets a nice block and gets the 2-point conversion. 20-0 Watertown over the Yankton Bucks. 8:21 to go in the first half. We'll be back in 1 minute. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT and KYNTV.
Hey Yankton, are you looking to get down and dirty with full-time benefits and great pay? This is Luke from Hydro Maintenance. Come join our maintenance team where every day is something new, from electrical and all the way to hydraulics. We need your hands-on experience and mechanical knowledge. Hydro Maintenance is waiting for you. At Hydro, you will be a part of a bigger story, a story shaped by you. Apply today. Jobs.hydro.com. That's jobs.hydro.com. Search Yankton.
Medicare coverage is not a one-size-fits-all coverage. Do you like to travel? Are you wanting to spend your winters down south? Or just spend some time with your grandkids? Make sure you choose a plan that fits your needs and will travel with you. Visit Julie at Missouri River Associates to review your upcoming Medicare or your current needs. That's Julie at Missouri River Associates, 665-6885.
Gonna have a boot kick from Riley Fisher to the Yankton 25, and on top of it is
Kickoff goes.
Looks like that was Carson Ness out there, and there's a late flag on this one. Usually when you get a flag that late in the play, it's probably going to be in the range of a 15-yarder. I think maybe on Watertown on this one, but we'll have to see what happens.
There's a flag on the play.
Where are we with the flag bingo right now? So you're right. So it's a personal on Watertown. It's a 15-yard penalty. That'll help Yankton move the ball to the Yankton 40.
Yeah, and Yankton's had good field position every drive so far. They've just had a couple turnovers, some penalties, things like that have killed some drives.
Nelson, snap. Again, looking to pass. Kilgary to the outside. Now Connor Slaba, the intended target, brings it in at the Watertown 46-yard line. Make that the 47. First down, Bucks in Watertown territory.
Nice pass by Nelson, rolling out, finds Slaba on the comeback route, trying to avoid some pressure. Watertown defense that's been able to create some good pressure here in this first half.
Near hash marks, Nelson and the Yankton offense. We have a flag, false start going on Yankton. I'm not saying just because of that. I'm saying the amount of flags that have been thrown, and there's 8:07 to go in the second quarter.
Right, and Yankton's kind of shooting themselves in the foot there on some of those penalties in this first half. I mean, you've seen some false starts, legal motions, things like that have really, holdings as well, that have really helped contribute as part of the reason why Yankton hasn't scored yet in this game.
All right, so 1st and 15 now for the Bucks. Nelson claps his hands. Handoff, Cirque, near side. Cuts out to the middle now. Nice juke move, and we have a flag coming in from the backfield. And he is slowed down at the Watertown 45. The initial line of scrimmage before the penalty. Yeah, but this came in from the backfield, so this is definitely going on Yankton.
Yeah, probably a hold on this one.
Peyton Eustace called for a hold. They'll back up the Bucks.
Yeah, and once again, I don't have a penalty counter in this one. Maybe I should have been keeping track, but there's been a lot of yellow flags.
The numbers don't go that high.
Right, a lot of yellow flags here on Yankton early in this one.
And Watertown. There's just been flags for everyone. Under 8 minutes to go now, second quarter, 22-0 lead for the Arrows. Issa Nelson rolls out far side, looking down the field. For Slava, brings it in at the Watertown 45. Cuts to the middle. The con man gets to the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Yankton! Yankton answers, and they're on the board with 7:34 to go in the first half.
Yeah, nice throw there from Nelson to Slaba. He makes a cut and gets a big play, a much-needed touchdown there. Nelson to Slaba. The Bucks get on the board for the first time in this game, trying to crawl back from down 3 scores.
Slaba had it on the sideline. This is that quick cut to the middle of the field and that quick burst, almost like a running back, and is able to give himself some distance on that score. Liam Villanueva out for the extra point. Tate Bessie to hold. Mikhail Gary to snap. This is on dirt, remember, so. Waiting for the snap. Nice hold. Extra point is good for Yankton. It's 20-7. That's a more easy score to look at, Josh. 7:34 to go in the first half. We'll be back in 1 minute. Yankton kicking off here on KYNT and KYNTV.
Moving is hard work. This is Deb Speck from Vision Real Estate, and I'd like to show you how I can make moving a little easier. From staging your home, providing moving boxes, and the use of our enclosed courtesy trailer, to the behind-the-scenes marketing, attention to detail, you can rest easy knowing you have an experienced professional working for you. Call me, Deb Speck, at 605-664-5555.
Traveling to Yankton for business or pleasure? Then book your stay at Yankton's 2 best hotels, the Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express. Both are conveniently located to everything in Yankton. Both offer complimentary hot breakfasts and meeting rooms for business travelers. And if you want a great rate and still be able to change your reservation without a hassle, call either hotel direct. The Fairfield and Holiday Inn Express, 2 great hotel choices when visiting or arranging rooms for guests to Yankton.
7:34 to go here in the second quarter. 20-7 lead for Watertown, but Yankton just answered with a big Connor Slaba touchdown reception. Nice pass from Easton Nelson as well. And return at the 15 for Watertown. And returner is brought down at the Watertown 24-yard line. And on that return, that was Brody Randall, the 5'4 junior.
And not a bad return there. You get it past the 20. This Yankton defense looking to respond now. They gave up a touchdown in the last drive as well as a 2-point conversion. Watertown really fouled something with a cut outside from Decker on a big run, and then it was Wenches that had a couple power runs out of that power cat formation.
Yeah,
that
you said it. You said it.
I said the thing, okay? I said the line, Bart. What do you want me to do?
Wenches under center, 2-back set. Handoff to Decker. Malik Decker bounces to the outside, brought down behind the line. I mean, barely, but still behind the line by Yankton. And on that tackle, that was, I believe, Cale Hazelhorse on the tackle.
It was actually Bryce Crawlin. Bryce Crawlin on that one. He flew down and made a play. I think that might have been a nice gain there for Decker. Nice play there by Bryce Crawlin.
Got to get the binocular out now. Far side of the field, get the binocular. You should get yourself one of these, Josh.
I need to get myself one. Maybe then if we combine them, we have a total.
Yeah, you have to get the single binocular, not binoculars, binocular.
Binocular.
It'd be like a pirate.
Then in total, we'll have binoculars.
Yes. 27, Watertown leads, 6:45 to go in the second quarter. Second and 11. Now, snap from Hemrick. Pass down to the middle of the field. It is brought in by Mitch Olson at the Yankton 45. He's brought down, but I think this one might be coming back, Josh. We have a flag in the backfield.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another territory. You might get an offside or something like that, but I'm guessing, yeah, they're bringing it back. Probably an illegal formation on this one.
There is a flag on
the official just waved him in with his fingers, like, come here. Like my wife does when I haven't done the dishes yet. Like, come here, come here, bring it in.
I say, other than signaling legal formation, I think that's the most common signal tonight we've seen is come on back. A lot of penalties, like you said, and it's going both ways really on that. Frustrating for both offenses here who have had some big plays on some penalties.
Like backing up a truck, like, keep coming. You got it.
Got it. Boom, hits into a post.
Yep. Extra point, no good. All right, 6:33 to go in the first half. Again, Watertown leading 20-7. Thanks for watching here on KYNTV, listening on KYNT, Yankton's home team and stream. As You know, I said it once as a joke, but now it's becoming a thing. Power cat formation. Spencer Winchus takes the snap. Goes out to the right side. Is slowed down right at the...
Direct snap to number 22.
Really past the line there. Nice job by Yankton flooding that far side of the field.
Right, it looks like that's at about the 23, 24-yard line. They're going to set up about a third and call it 12 here. They like to go that power formation, and I get it. Wenchins is a big dude. We talked about this earlier. 6'1", 215. They've seen some success on it. That one, I think they're just trying to get some yards, make it a third a little more manageable. They've had some success on shot plays. Don't be surprised if they go right back to it here on this one.
I think every one of his carries has taken at least $3 to bring him down. So he's carrying Yankton Bucks on his shoulders there. As now Hemrick's back out at quarterback, 2 receivers each side. High snap, pulls it down, rolls under some pressure. Steps up, he'll run himself. And he is brought down at the Watertown 28-yard line. And so that will bring up 4th down, and you would presume the punt crew.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, Bryce, so far early on in this game, that might be the biggest stop for this Yankton defense. You finally get something going on offense, score a touchdown. You need to come out and get a stop. They do that and get a 3 and out. Now all of a sudden you get the ball back to the offense. They have a chance to make this a 1-score game if they can get something going.
Back to a punt for Watertown. That is Spencer Winchus. Takes a low snap. But a line drive, fastball punt. And brought over by Slaba around the Yankton 30. Cuts up and to the near side. Brought down by the jersey at the Yankton 40. And another good field position start for the Bucks.
Right, and field position has not been the issue for the Bucks tonight. It's been penalties and then a combination of this Watertown defense. I'm going to be real with you, Bryce. They hit hard. They are a physical football team. These are 2 physical football teams, and you're seeing that early. Yankton can clean up some of the penalties, keep the momentum going here. They had that big shot play to Slaba for the touchdown last drive, trying to follow up on that success in this drive.
Trips receivers far side of the field. Carson Ness, a lone receiver on the near. It's Easton Nelson in the shotgun as we have officials waiting to officially allow this play to happen. Here we go. Nelson rolls. He's looking downfield, and he does find Owen Eidsness at the Yankton 45 and scrambles forward to the 50. And it's a Yankton Bucks first down.
Yeah, and that's once again nice play there by Nelson. He rolls out, finds Eidsness there on a little curl route. He runs, gets the first down. Nelson's having a really nice first half here, Bryce.
Far hash marks. Nelson sends Ness in motion and gives it the ball to Ness. And Ness able to muscle his way to the Watertown about 46-yard line. Not much of a game, but, you know, he muscled for every single one of them.
Turned something into nothing, and I talk about this all the time. That's what we call a pot pass on that play. It actually, even though it is essentially a run, it technically goes down as a pass on that. Nice little gain there in first down.
Slaba in motion. Nelson rolls. And he is looking downfield. And he had, I believe, Slava open for a little bit there.
Yeah, I thought he had Talon Kenny maybe in the flat there on that one. I was pointing. See, I don't know why I point. He can't hear me. He can't see me. But either way, nice job by Nelson to be able to take off and get a couple yards on that one. Make it a third manageable. Call it a 3rd and 3.
I thought you were trying to tell me. I was like, I don't know. I'm watching the ball, man.
Look, I'm reacting to the game. It's Yankton with a different formation here. 3 backs in the backfield.
Yeah. So 3 backs. Nelson now, it's a toss out to Cirque. Cirque following his blockers, but nothing is there. It kind of blows up as pretty much right at the line of scrimmage, so no gain, maybe even a very small loss, Josh.
And what Yankton was trying to do, and it looks like they're keeping the punt team on the field here, so keep his kick. They were trying to take 2 backs out in front of Cirque and get some blockers. Wasn't able to find anything on that one. It's actually 3rd down. That's my apology on that. They had the 3rd down marker on the last play. Apologies. It is 3rd down and 4 here.
3rd and 4, Nelson. And we have a false start going on Yankton, right tackle. I believe that was Conway.
I think they're actually going to call this one on Kenny. I think he flinched on this one. No. Yeah.
Oh, Kenny, okay. Yeah. You know, honestly, I think there was a couple flinches there. I think we were both looking at 2 different guys.
Yeah, they were looking, and eventually when you take a little bit longer to snap after that and guys start pointing, a lot of times you're going to see official throw a flag on that. Kenny flinched just a little bit with his legs there, and that's going to get called almost every time.
So 3rd and 8 for the Bucks. 3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Carson Ness in motion far to near side. Nelson, empty backfield, takes the snap. We have a flag out again, but to Connor Slava at the 45, and he's spun down at the 43. So not enough for a first down. They do get some chunk there, but depends on what this flag is.
I'm going to guess it's going to be a hole here on the left side of the Yankton line, and if you're Watertown, you might as well take this, pin them back, give them no opportunity there to maybe go for it on a 4th and 3. The officials are talking about this, and I think they're actually talking to the Watertown coaching staff, deciding what they want to do on this, whether they want to just take it to 4th down. And actually another illegal formation on that one, and they're going to decline the penalty, making this, Bryce, about 4th and 3. And Yankton is staying on, or 4th and 4, excuse me, as it looked like they were staying on the field, but now, oh, they are. Okay, I thought for a second there Nelson was running off, but he was running back on. Yankton looking to go for this.
So timeout, I thought they were going to throw a flag, sorry. So timeout taken by Yankton. And timeouts are brought to you by Hedro, one of Yankton's biggest and best employers. When it's time for a new job, look at hedro.com. Back in 30 seconds, Yankton of Bucks football, KYNT and KYNTV.
FM 1021 and AM 1450 KYNT. Yankton.
Get it cleaned with Buell's.
Dress shirts, suits, dresses, coats. At Buell's, they specialize in dry cleaning and pressing. You can pick it up or even have it delivered.
Got a stain you're worried about getting out? Leave it to Buell's. They're experts in getting out those nasty stains.
Do you wash your own comforter? If you really want it clean, let Buell's do it. Their large-size washers are perfect for comforters.
If you need it clean, take it to Buell's. 444 West 3rd, Yankton.
And Yankton punts as the ball hits the 20-yard line, takes a Yankton bounce, and inside the 15, makes it the 14-yard mark. That's where Watertown will get the ball. And that has been their, I'm pretty sure, Josh, their least desirable field position start yet.
Yeah, but either way, I think Matthew Sheldon's did a really nice job, or done a nice job of punting the football tonight, getting some really good rolls after the ball hits the ground. Watertown deep in their own territory here. Plenty of time, though. They've got a few timeouts, or all their timeout. Excuse me, one timeout. I was looking at Yankton. I apologize. They got 3 timeouts, 3:17 here. Don't be surprised if they take a shot or something like that on one of these first couple plays.
And it is Hemrick under center. Ball, and they're going to say the 15, so back, and a little bit of miscommunication maybe, or at least a delayed hand on some Lee Decker, but he gets past the 20 to the 22, so gain of about 7 yards on the play.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion on that one. Either way, though, it looked like it was a nice gain on that, able to overcome the miscommunication. Get about 7 yards here, now 2nd and short for the Arrows.
So 2nd and short, and Thomas Reardon on the tackle. Watertown in the huddle. I haven't seen Yankton huddle in, 6 years.
Well, that know-how-to spread offense, that's what they like to do. And
if they ever start doing it, I'm just gonna be confused. Like, what? What do I do with my hands?
2 different styles of offense. That's the beauty of football, right? You get 2 different types of styles and matchups, and you just love to see it.
And Hemrick now to pass him to the outside, and Nathan Briggs receives it and is just blown up on the far side of the field by Yankton. That was a really nice defensive effort for the Bucks, and that is what coaches are talking about, Josh, when they said hats on the ball.
Yeah, look at Bodie Thurman on that play. He identified the bubble screen, came down or flew in from the secondary, and was able to blow that play up in the backfield. Yankton now with a chance to get off the field once again and get this ball back to the offense for Yankton here. The key play, though, is Watertown, remember, they do get the ball first next half, so if they're able to get a first down here, they could easily just run the clock out and get some points here to end the first half and get the ball back to start the second half.
3rd and 7 for the Arrows. Single back set. Pitkin in motion. Takes a snap. Hemrick looking downfield. He has plenty of time. We have another flag in the backfield. I was shocked, right? And the ball is thrown away by Hemrick. And just past the Watertown cheerleaders.
And I think this is probably going to be holding. Yankton, they're looking over at Coach Mood. Looks like they're going to decline this one, obviously, here on 4th. Get the ball back with about a minute, probably after a punt, minute 20 and some change here, with a chance to try to make this a 1-score game before the end of the half.
Waiting for the official call. I should have listened to my wife, Josh. She told me to bring a jacket. And I said, it's still basically summer.
Well, and that's what I thought too, because I'm like, I got a Bucks sweatshirt at home. Should I wear it? I went with the pullover instead. I didn't think it was going to be this cold. That's on me for a guy who reads the weather, for not checking the weather.
For actually doing weather updates?
Yeah, that's on me.
Yeah. All right, so Yankton did decline his 4th and 7, and Winchester is out to punt. He will do so in the dirt portion of the field. And punt hits the 50, gets to the Yankton 40. Nice Watertown bounce to the Yankton 35.5-yard mark. And that's where Yankton will take over offensively. 1:22 to go in the first half. And remember, Watertown gets the ball to enter half number 2. And we have our first bat sighting here at Watertown Stadium. Oh, here we go.
That's 2. No, I'm just kidding.
Here we go. I'm trying to get myself mentally ready.
But here on the field, Bryce, minute 22 left, 3 timeouts for Yankton. They got all the time in the world with those timeouts to try to make this a 1-score game before half.
Connor Slaba in motion. He's in the slot. Nelson now looks over, and he has Evans Cirk at 35, cuts to the 40, to the 50. In Watertown territory, is pushed out of bounds at the Watertown. Depends where they mark this at the Watertown 46. And so Yankton Bucks first down, and again in Watertown territory with the clock, well, not ticking right now, but it's about to be with 1:14 to go.
Never a bad idea to get a fast guy into the flat, and that's what they did with Cirk for a big gain here to start the drive.
Watertown, 3 down linemen, 1 standing at the line. Nelson scrambling out to his right side. He's still looking downfield, tucking himself, and gets to the Watertown 45, so a gain of a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd and 9.
Yeah, not much there on that one. We do have a player down on the field for Watertown in the back. It looks like just a cramp. Either way, there is a player down. I can't see a number on that. We'll wait for confirmation, but there is a player down, and he does have his legs sticking up in the air. I'm thinking it's a cramp, Bryce.
Yep, and we'll let them address that on the field. Watertown leads Yankton 20-7, 1:07 to go in the first half. We'll be back in 30 seconds. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT and KYNTV.
Boston Shoes to Boots is proud to support Yankton High School athletics. Boston Shoes to Boots is your headquarters for quality and comfortable shoes for the whole family. From athletics and work boots to sandals and dress, we have you covered by our popular brands like Brooks, New Balance, Birkenstock, Red Wing, Keen, and so many more. Shop our location downtown at 313 Cedar Street or visit us online at bostonshoestoboots.com. Boston Shoes to Boots, your footwear expert since 1915.
And Spencer Winchester was the one that was down on the field, and he is walking off in his own power, and we're not trying to claim we know what's going on, but I'm also 98% sure that was a cramp. So he will go to the sideline here, and Yankton has the ball offensively. They are at the Watertown 45, 1:07 to go in the second quarter, trailing 20-7. Trips receivers near side. The ball's on the right hash mark. Easton Nelson in the shotgun. He's looking to pass, looking downfield. He's looking for Carson Ness, and Ness brings it in. Carson Loch Ness at the Watertown 16-yard line. We do have a flag. I would presume defensive pass interference.
And I think that's what you're going to get here in Watertown. But how about Carson Ness? He comes back to the ball, catches it through some tough, tight coverage there, as you saw, with a flag, and makes a big play. He is just an incredible receiver. Saw a lot of growth from him last year. He's the lead dog in that room this year. And you saw a nice play on first down. Yankton now in business here inside the red zone.
So 2 receivers left, 2 right. Single back set. It's Matthew Sheldon in the back with Easton Nelson. 1st and 10, ball on the 18. Nelson now will keep the ball himself, gets the 15 to the 10, to the 5. Yankton touchdown! Easton Nelson muscles his way into the end zone for the Bucks, and they are doing some damage before the half, trying to make up some ground here at Watertown Stadium.
What a response by the Bucks. They find themselves down 20-0 early in this game. Then all of a sudden they get a couple drives going, and now you find yourself in a 1-score game here. Before you get to halftime, that's an impressive feat by this Bucks team, and a great response, showing some toughness and some grit here in the first half. And how about that senior quarterback, Easton Nelson, running it in, dropping a shoulder for the touchdown.
He knew he was going to have contact, and he braced for it, protected the ball, and leveled some justice himself right at the goal line. Nice snap and nice hole, but a low kick. Liam Villanueva has his extra point blocked by Watertown. So extra point no good. judging by the kind of random score on the board, it's just kind of a normal score. It's a 7-point deficit, so 1 score and an extra point lead for Watertown. 41 seconds to go in the first half. And, Josh, if Yankton can drain out this 41 seconds defensively, then just pretty much going to act like after Watertown gets the ball in the second half, like it's just a kickoff after a touchdown.
Yeah, and that's something there to keep an eye on. Pin your ears back on this one. They've given up a couple shot plays. You don't want to give anything up over top here. Watertown still has 40 seconds and a timeout. They might try to be aggressive, especially since they do get that ball to start the second half. So keep an eye on that. Like I said, I think if you're Coach Olson and that Yankton defense, I think you need to pin your ears back here and try to avoid giving up anything over the top.
Yeah, front, pin the ears back, get back. Prevent those big plays, as you mentioned. And Leah Villanueva out for the kickoff. This entire second half, Josh, you're going to see me just hyper-focused on the field, just avoiding a situation up here.
Yeah, I like how you say the situation because you only have one left.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my one later. 41 seconds to go in the first half, and a high kick from Villanueva at the 15. It's brought in, and Yankton struggling to get down the returner, Nathan Briggs. He gets to the Watertown 31 or so yard line. Maybe this is where they actually marked this.
Yeah, Nathan Briggs having a nice little first half. He had a big catch in that first drive for Watertown that led to a touchdown. Couple nice tackles as well. He's playing well. Briggs with a nice kick return there. Watertown, once again, 33 seconds, timeout. You have the ball on about, let's call it the 33-yard line. You got a chance here. Maybe cook something up a little bit here before the half. I'm interested to see which route they take this, as they are lining up in I form. 2 backs in the backfield.
So I formation, Watertown. 1 receiver on each side. Yankton 3 linemen up front, and hand off to Winches. He's back, and he's out to the outside, and with the big-time tackle, it is Carson, the Loch Ness, getting onto the near side, Josh. It was him and Winches, and with Winches' speed and power, if Ness is not there, who knows what could have happened.
Did Watertown call a timeout on that play, Bryce?
No.
Okay. Maybe it's just, wait for the ball to get set. I got you. Okay. I got a little confused there for a second. But nice play by Winches. Obviously, he's doing fine after that cramp earlier here. They're letting the clock run. A little bit of confusion here for Watertown. They're lining up in center. 5 seconds left in the first half.
But a big stop for Ness, as we mentioned, in 3 seconds now. And Watertown's just going to let this thing roll on. And we are at the half. Watertown leads Yankton 20-13. That is your scoreboard update brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab. Their #1 goal at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab is to make each patient feel at home and know they are truly there to help you live a healthier, pain-free life. SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Visit them at SWATChiropracticandRehab.com. Your second quarter sponsors, Yankton Medical Clinic, so much care, so close to home, and FNBO. Yankton Sports are brought to you by FNBO, the great big small bank, proud to serve our community. And it is time for your halftime report. We'll be back here from Watertown Stadium. Again, Watertown leading Yankton 20-13. We'll be back. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT, KYNTV.
Want to know what there is to do in Yankton? We have the answer. I'm Nancy Winandy, CEO of Yankton Thrive. Yankton Thrive introduces the VisitYanktonSD.com website. It's your source for information on what things are going on tonight, this weekend, or even next month. VisitYanktonSD.com includes information on sporting events, arts and culture, community events, and so much more. Looking for something for you and your family to do? Then look at the VisitYanktonSD.com website.
Investing in your home is easier and more fun when you have local choices. This is Cody Miles, owner of Upper Midwest Garage Door. We offer a wide variety of American-made, unique Clopay garage doors, free in-home consultations, a digital preview of the new garage doors on your home, and the expert small-town service you deserve. Get started today with your local independent Clopay dealer, Upper Midwest Garage Door. Give us a call, stop by, or learn more at uppermidwestgaragedoor.com.
It's never a good time to find yourself stuck on the side of the road. When you do, call Gary's Towing, your trusted family-owned towing service, serving the Yankton area for over 50 years. Whether it's light, medium, or heavy towing, they've got the right equipment and the experience to get you back on the road fast. Day or night, call Gary, Mike, or Mason. 665-4351. Gary's Towing, where experience means reliability.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for material handlers, machine operators, and setups for both day and night shifts. Along with a full benefits package beginning your first day on the job, Parker is offering a second shift pay differential of $235 plus a $1,000 retention bonus. Paid vacation, sick leave, 13 paid holidays, medical, dental, vision, supplemental, and paid life insurance all begin day one. Quarterly profit sharing and a 5% matching 401k plan. Fully vested on day one. Apply now at parker.com.
Parker, engineering your success.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT&RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. MTRCSmithInsurance.com.
Sarah Sarda is running for State Senate District 18. Sarah, why should voters choose you?
I think they should vote for me because I've had experience and I've shown my commitment to the community. I've been in leadership positions. I try to be reasonable, listen to everybody, and then just make the best choice available.
Vote Sarah Sarda for District 18 Senate in the upcoming November 5th election, paid for by Sarah Sarda for State Senator.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care. Whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
All right, welcome to the Avera Halftime Report. I'm Bryce Ladwig alongside Josh Boelter and Brayden Butler here. And your halftime report is brought to you by Avera, moving health forward. We are in the Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton, press box / roof / Batcave. Hey, it doesn't count, Josh. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express Hotel Direct, 605-653-2250. It's time for your out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Upper Midwest Garage Door, specializing in the sales, installation, and service of residential and commercial garage doors and openers throughout eastern South Dakota. Upper Midwest Garage Door is your local authorized Clopay dealer. And Brayden, I think you have some interesting scores for us.
Yeah, we do have some very interesting scores happening in Class 11 AA. So I'll start with the local scores. That's my teaser. You have to stick around for the 11 AA scores. These are some teams that are around the Yankton area. Avon up on Burke at the half, 54-7. Bonham currently shutting out Scotland Menno. 8 minutes left in the third quarter there. It's 35-0. Gayville-Vollen trails Viborg-Hurley 36-7 in the fourth quarter. Alcester-Hudson is on top over Irene-Wakanda 34-0 in the second quarter. And Vermilion got a win today. They actually played at 1 p.m. this afternoon. The Vermilion Tanagers had a 55-0 win over Lakota Tech. Now, things are interesting in Class 11 AA. First of all, T-Area. Some considered an upset last week, losing to the Spearfish Spartans. They're up 39-7 in the fourth quarter over Aberdeen Central, reestablishing their dominance. Another interesting scoreline, 13-6. That's at Hollister Field in Pierre as the Governors lead by 7 over the Huron Tigers. That one, I believe, is nearing the halftime break, according to SD score feed. Other scores around 11 AA. Brookings is up 2 scores on Mitchell. It's 14-0. Sturgis Brown also up 14-0, but on Douglas. And Rapid City Central and Spearfish has no updates yet. That was supposed to kick off at 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain. There's no updates quite yet for that. But Spearfish up to 11 AAA, taking on Rapid City Central. Those are your scores nearby and around the class. And some very, very interesting ones between T area and Aberdeen Central and Pierre and Huron.
All right, thank you, Brayden. And we'll have your stat recap as well, but I want to ask Josh first for our second half focus, a.k.a. your keys to the second half, brought to you by Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first. Located at 2701 Foxton Parkway in Yankton. Things weren't looking very good, Josh. You know, to quote, I thought we had them in the first half or whatever, but Yankton came battling back.
Yeah, and I think there's three things Coach Moose talking about at halftime. Clean up the turnovers, clean up the penalties. You had a couple fumbles there. And I think the third thing is try to establish the run. They haven't really been able to get the run game going early in this one like they did last week against Huron, a Huron team who might be tougher than we thought based on what they're doing over in the state capital. But either way, not really able to get the run game going again. It's a really good Watertown defense. Keep an eye on that in the second half, see if they get something going there. But I think those are the three. Obviously, you need a big stop here to start the second half as well.
I need Olson's Pest Technicians to come up to Watertown Stadium.
Why is that, Bryce?
I'm not going to use my reference. We have a situation up here.
We have a situation. So, anyway, so we're sitting here about 4 minutes till the second half, Bryce, and really just a swing of momentum there. Watertown starts out early, 20-0. Next thing you know, Yankton goes on a pair of scoring drives. It's a 7-point game going into the second half. Watertown starting with the ball.
All right. And while we wait for stats, we'll take a quick break. If we don't get them, then we'll deal with that as we go. We're trying to get stats as soon as possible, taking them ourselves, of course. So 3:35 to go in this halftime break. They'll add some time when they come back out, of course, here to Watertown Stadium. Watertown leading Yankton 20-13 in the second week of the 2024 season. I'm Bryce Ladwig alongside Josh Boelter. This is Yankton Bucks football, KYNT and KYNTV.
COVID-19 cases are on the rise, and peak flu season is almost here. Save time and get the updated COVID-19 vaccine and your flu shot at the same time at Hy-Vee. Schedule your updated COVID-19 vaccine and flu shot online today, or just stop by any Hy-Vee pharmacy whenever it's convenient for you. No appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. Your Hy-Vee pharmacy is here to help you and your family stay healthy. Some restrictions apply.
Want to take the hassle out of servicing your heating or cooling system? Then sign up for the Kaiser Signature Membership Program. This is Chris Frick with Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Not only will you get peace of mind knowing your units are being serviced regularly, but being a Kaiser Signature member gives you priority service, a discount on parts and labor, and no overtime rates. Take comfort and let our qualified professional technicians keep you running.
Be the wiser and go with Kaiser. Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton.
Look at all the pictures of the resort you'd stay in every year. All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, contact the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
The other day, a gal came into the UPS store to drop off a package. On her way out, she noticed the print sample wall and asked if we could print invitations. The answer was, yes, we can. Hi, this is Doug at the UPS store in Yankton and Vermilion. For over 7 years now, the UPS store has been helping hundreds of customers with their printing needs. From basic copies to business cards and invitations to posters, we can print them. Stop out and ask about our current print specials and see how we can help with your printing needs.
Do you want a job that keeps it real? At Truxedo, a real truck company, we keep it real by promoting our values of excellent service, teamwork, accountability, and innovation. Join the Truxedo team and enjoy your next career adventure. We have a variety of openings, including senior EH&S specialist and weekend maintenance technician too. So don't wait. Get up, get out, and apply at realtruck.com/careers and start your next adventure with a career at Truxedo.
Watertown Stadium, Yankton Bucks football. We're in the Avera halftime report. We do have stats for you, and your halftime stat recap brought to you by Mayor Signs. If it's time to review the look of your business's signage, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including lit, non-lit, digital, and much more. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton. Josh Boelter.
All right, let's go ahead and let's take a look at some stats from the first half. We're going to start with the hometown team, the Watertown Arrows. Trayton Hemrick in that first half, he's 3 for 5 passing, 94 yards and a touchdown, 76 yards of that, and that touchdown on one play to Marcus picking in on that one. He had a big touchdown in the first half. How about rushing? Malik Decker with 55 yards rushing and a TD. Spencer Winchins with another touchdown as well in that first half for Watertown. Taking a look for the Yankton Bucks in the first half. Easton Nelson, 9 for 13, 172 yards and a touchdown. He also had 8 carries for 13 yards and a tud on the ground in that first half. Taking a look at the receiving numbers for Yankton. Connor Slaba has 4 catches, 92 yards and a touchdown. He had that big touchdown in that first half to get the scoring started for the Bucks. Carson Ness with 3 catches for 50 yards as well. On the ground game, not much going. Like I said, Easton Nelson is that leading rusher. Evan Circa has 5 carries for 5 yards. Carson Ness with, like I said, with those 3 catches for 50. Then you take a look at it on the defensive side of the ball. Riker Fring and Derek Beal each had a sack in the first half. And how about Cale Hazelhorst? He had 2 picks, one on a fake punt and then another on a big drive to get the ball back to this Yankton offense. So 2 picks for the young safety on this Yankton defense.
All right, thank you, Josh. And, well, I'm thinking of you said to take one last break and come back with second half action here at Watertown Stadium. All right, we'll be back, and this is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT, KYNTV.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
September is Healthy Aging Month. Yankton Medical Clinic reminds you that healthy aging begins with preventative screenings, and the best place to start is by having a colonoscopy. Colonoscopies are recommended for all individuals age 45 and older. Yankton Medical Clinic has 3 general surgeons who can complete this simple outpatient procedure on site, so there's no need to wait. Call 664-2742 to schedule your colonoscopy today. Learn more at yanktonmedicalclinic.com. So much care, so close to home.
FNBO is the great big small bank, and for more than 165 years, we've been with you where you are. A bank that's ready for all your needs, both big and small. Here to help you earn more, save more, so you can do more every step of the way. It's what you can expect from the great big small bank. FNBO, independent and family owned for 6 generations, and ever so focused on you. Stop on by or visit us at fnbo.com, member FDIC.
Whether you're nearing retirement or already enjoying it, I'll help you create a financial plan that works best for you. I'm Adam Boelter with Vantage Financial. I believe financial planning should be as enjoyable as a day spent fishing or pheasant hunting. If you want personalized investment planning, retirement strategies, and insurance reviews tailored to your unique goals, let's talk. Search Adam Boelter with Vantage Financial or visit vfplanning.com.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
All right, welcome back to Watertown Stadium, and it is time for third quarter action. The second half will get started here. Yankton Bucks to kick as Liam Villanueva will have to readjust. Man, the wind must be just perfect on the field level because we've seen this like 3 times.
Yeah, maybe we're so high up we don't even notice the wind out here. What do you say? But Bryce, an exciting first half of football, 1-score game here between 2 good football teams. I'm excited to see what the finish of this game has in store for us.
Villanueva back to kick into return. We have 3 different Watertown arrows. As this ball is in the air. Watertown moving right to left on your screen. It's a return at the 5-yard line. Out to the middle of the field. Nathan Briggs putting on the moves. Gets to the outside. Has some room and is forced out of a play around the 35-ish yard marker.
Bryce, what a play there by Nathan Briggs. Looks like it was Hirschman in on the tackle for Yankton, but heck of a play by Briggs. Makes a couple men miss. Really made something out of nothing there. I didn't think there was much there for him on that kick return, but he makes a play. And the Arrows good enough field position here, about the 33, maybe the 34-yard line here to start this drive, and had a successful first half. Did the Arrows, Bryce, you look at it, Malik Decker leading the way with 55 yards and a rushing touchdown. They also had a big touchdown pass to Picken for 76 yards, a successful half of offensive football for Watertown.
Hemrick, handoff to Winchus, goes right up the middle and gains about 3 or 4 yards there.
And don't be surprised if you see more of that here in the second half. This is a big football team, and they're up 7. Don't be surprised if they lean on their size a bit and try to wear out this Yankton defense while they have a lead.
It's 2nd and 5 for the Arrows. Talon Kenny in on that tackle.
2nd down and 5 for the Watertown Arrows.
11:20 to go in the third. Hemrick under center. He has that I formation. He gets really low under center. And here is the handoff. And that is to Fossum. And Fossum goes off to the right side, off his right guard. Gets to the Watertown 40, slowed up by the Yankton line.
Yeah, and Yankton did a nice job in that play. Really blew it up at the middle of the line of scrimmage there. Kind of forced a kick outside on that. But keep an eye on that now. 3rd short here for Watertown.
The ball carrier out to the 40. Gain a couple before he's upended by number 12.
So Carson Ness on the big tackle again.
Carson Ness.
Ness likes to get involved defensively as much as possible. Love to see the two-way player that he is.
Absolutely. 3rd and 3 here on this one. Keep an eye on it here. Watertown takes the snap.
So Winchus gets the handoff, and I believe he got the first down. Yes, he did. They're going to move the chains. And so first down for the Arrows, but barely. It took a last-second effort and a lunge from Winchus.
Yeah, and I think part of that was when Yankton, I didn't see who was in on the tackle. As he's bringing the guy down, he's able to slide over a Yankton defender that was already on the ground, able to fall forward for a first down there.
Watertown huddling up. Clock is ticking. 10:05 to go in the third quarter. Watertown leads Yankton 20-13. Fresh set of downs, 1st and 10. Ball on the Watertown 44. In the shotgun, Hemrick. Play action. Looking to pass. He's in the pocket and fires out to the right side. And getting away from Carson Ness is Nathan Briggs. He puts the moves on, gets to the center of the field, is brought down by Bodie Thurman, and as well on that tackle, Lance Pyer. And he does so at the Yankton 34. And what a play by Nathan Briggs yet again.
Yeah, and Hemrick actually missed him earlier in the play. He had Briggs wide open on a little out route there. Didn't quite see him, finds him later on in the play, and Briggs makes a really good athlete and Carson Ness miss and get a big gain.
Yeah, that's a rare thing to see as well. 9:20 to go in the third now. Hemrick, single back set. Taking his time, takes the snap. And running back actually loses his footing, and that will count as a sack for Yankton. As I say that very uneventfully because the running back basically fell on his route to get the ball in the backfield. And what did you kind of see there?
Yeah, it looks like it was supposed to be a handoff, a bit of miscommunication. We saw that once in the first half for Watertown. Happens there, unfortunately, and then Hemrick there for Watertown.
Sat on it,
yeah. Just kind of sat on it, ate the loss in that play. Got to avoid maybe a turnover or something worse in that situation. But now a 2nd and long here. It looked like to me, I think it was Lucas Cordell in on that play who touched the quarterback.
8.5 minutes to go in the third, 2nd and 15. Hemrick, back to pass. He's brought down by Yankton in the backfield.
What name did I just say again, Bryce?
Lucas Cordell.
Lucas Cordell with another play on that one. Really blew up the middle of that play. A couple other Buck defenders on that one. Lucas Cordell making a couple nice plays now on defense here early on in the second half. And now it is 3rd and let's call it a country mile here for the Arrows.
On the Yankton 47. And that's a loss of 8 yards on the play. Yankton's defense, as you mentioned earlier, Josh, pinning their ears back.
Yeah, and that's one. Don't let anything behind you on this. Just keep it all in front of you. Keep it in front of that first down marker. Try to get the ball back for your offense here.
3rd and 24 for the Arrows. 2 receivers each side. Single back set. That's Malik Decker back there with Hemrick. Hand up to Decker. Goes up the middle and bringing him down at the 54. Yankton. Riker Frank He was going nowhere. Big bear hug right at the 50.
And that was a big drive for this defensive line. They get a break on first down with the bobbled hesitation there. Then you get a big sack from Cordell, and then Frang just ate the running back on that play. And now, once again, 4th and 25 on that one. Yankton getting the ball back to this offense for their first look at the second half with a chance to tie this game.
And low snap at a really nice line drive punt. Connor Slaba back to return. He'll let this ball die, but it took a really nice Watertown bounce at the 6-yard line. And it'll be Watertown taking over at that mark. Still leading Yankton 20-13. It'll be Yankton taking over, rather. Sorry. And 20-13, Yankton trails.
Yeah, 20-13. This is an offense coming on the field. They found some success later in the first half with a couple big plays. Now looking to get going here is Nelson taking the field, called about the 5-yard line. First down here, 7:02 in the third quarter. 20-13 is your score. Nelson sends a man in motion, fakes it, throws a bubble out to Ness. A little bit out of reach, and I believe it's called an incomplete pass on the field. Ness made a heck of an effort trying to catch that, but just a little bit out on that bubble screen there from Nelson.
Yeah, and I'm just so impressed with Nelson's pass game, too. A lot of short passes, but he had that big one to Slava as well. But I'm most impressed, Josh, so far with his poise in the pocket. He has 2 receivers each side on this one. 2nd and 10, ball on Yankton's own 6. He rolls right. He's still looking downfield, and a tight window to Owen Eidsness, and overthrew him a bit high and far. And I'm thinking in that situation, Josh, I just said how poised he was. He actually was poised, but he wanted to put the ball where he felt only Eidsness could get it. And Isis couldn't get there.
And I'm not entirely sure he knew the ball was coming his way, did Owen, on that one. He kind of looked a little bit unsure on that one, but either way, incomplete pass here. Surprised, I know the run game didn't work in the first half. Surprised to see Yankton come out this close with their backs to the end zone throwing the ball.
So 3rd and 10 now. Single back set. Nelson out to Ness on an island. And Ness can't bring it in. And no flag on the play is clean, and that was at the Yankton 35. And so now Yankton will be pinning in their own end zone.
Yeah, both these defenses coming out hot here early in the second half, getting quick stops, and now once again Yankton punting this ball way, way, way deep in their own end zone, like you said.
Be Matthew Sheldon, his heels basically on that back line. Gets the snap. As good of a punt as you can have in that situation, as Pitkin calls for a fair catch at the Yankton 35. And this is an opportunity that Watertown, if they can take advantage of it, this will hurt Yankton badly.
Right, they have a chance here on the Yankton 35-yard line. If they can run this football and get an 2-score lead late in the third quarter, it'd be a dangerous spot to be in if you're this Yankton football team.
6:40 to go in the third. Yankton has 13 points on the board, which means $26 is going to the Yankton Booster Club by way of Core Trust Bank. They're doubling down on Bucks points this season and donating to the Yankton Booster Club. Himrick in the shotgun now. Yankton, a lot of linebackers in the box. Handoff. Malik Decker, right side, cuts to the middle. Now back out to the outside. Has room. He's at the first down marker. Flag on the far side of the field. And he's still going. How? Out of our sight, but we just see the pile of bodies keep moving forward.
You know, when we talked about a stable of backs for Watertown, we've seen it, but this Malik Decker has had a really nice night. He had 55 yards and a touchdown in the first half. Going to be interesting to see. I think this one might come back. It looked like a holding about halfway down the field on Watertown on this one, but we'll see what the official's call is. They're talking about it again, and they are moving backwards, so you got to suspect a holding penalty on this one.
So holding on Watertown will back them up. Now to the Yankton 40. And it'll be, what's up?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, and that is a spot foul, so it's going to be first and call at about 15 or 16 compared to first and 20.
So first and 15 now for the Arrows. And Himrick under center. He has Fossum, the lone back. Play action. Talon Kenny was held behind the line. Nothing was called, though. And Spencer Winchus gets the toss on the outside. He's brought down hard by the Yankton about 48-yard line.
Yeah, Talon Kenny blew that play up in the backfield. Quarterback gets rid of it quick, and Lance Spire was there to able to clean it up, and another big loss in the play. And there is Looks like there might be a buck down over on the sideline. I can't see who that is.
That's why I have a binocular. All right, just like earlier, not playing doctor, but it looks like a possible cramping situation. But again, we don't have any knowledge.
I think that was the man who was in on the tackle on that one. I think that was Pyre, but I can't 100% confirm over here. That was.
Yeah, it's Pyre.
And he's actually he's sitting up now. You got to think cramp once again. They were kind of working on the legs, but keep an eye on this. He is down over on the sideline.
And while they're doing that, again, I want to mention Core Trust Bank. They are doubling down on points, Josh, and donating to the Yankton Booster Club. And so today, 13 points so far is $26 going their way. And that first scoring drive for Yankton was brought to you. Well, when they're in the red zone, rather, it was brought to you by Midwest Insurance Agency, a local independent insurance agency offering insurance from a local South Dakota company, the Smet Farm Mutual. Midwest Insurance Agency is located just east of the Yankton Bowl.
And Pyre is up over on the sideline, helmet off. Looks like he's getting some water. I'm guessing he'll be fine, but he is down, or he is out for now. There is a trainer over by him on the sideline, called about the 50-yard line.
We need a sideline reporter.
We do. We should send Brayden Butler down there with the mic while he's running camera. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Just add to his task that he has. All right. And the shotgun, Himrick. Gives it off to Nathan Briggs, and Briggs brought down in the backfield. And Yankton got into the back, wreaking havoc, and that was
looks like that was Talon Kenny in on the play again. He's had a really nice drive. He blew up that first down play, trips up Briggs on that one. Actually, I think they're giving the tackle to Sheldon on the PA.
I think it was Bryce Crawl.
It looked like Kenny to me, but it was a
Yankton buck.
A Yankton buck made the
brought
play,
them
but
down. Someone that's wearing a red helmet.
Either way, 3rd and 23 here plus for Watertown. Defenses have been the name of the game here early in the second half, Bryce.
Yeah, 3rd and very long. Big opportunity for Yankton. 3 D linemen putting their ears back. 5:25 to go in the 3rd. The snap. Talon Kenny getting back there. Himrick rolling to his right, tossing downfield, and nothing open. There's going to be a pass interference. And I don't know if it was really egregious or if Mitch Olson knew that would be called that situation, but he ended up on the grass.
Yeah,
as the ball was in the air.
He was pulled down on that play. That's PI. I don't know if that ball was really honestly catchable, and I think that's maybe what Coach Muth is talking about over on the sideline, but either way, the receiver was pulled down on that play. At least it looked like to me from up here, maybe on or on review on that, it would look different. They are picking up the flag here.
Probably because they're running out of them.
And now they have called it.
Yeah, it's pass interference going on Yankton. And replay the 3rd down. And so still an advantageous spot for Yankton, but man, they really wanted that one.
Right, and that's a field position issue on that one. But now you got 3rd and 10 here, 3rd and 11. Much more manageable for Watertown.
Yankton Bucks 36-yard line.
Himrick, 2-back set. Takes a snap, rolling to his right side. Pass down the field is brought in by Mitch Olson, or is it?
And we do got a penalty down as well. Let's keep an eye on that. I think that might be a hold here on the arrows. Keep an eye on it. There is a player down, Olson, who was in on the pass.
He kind of popped up and then went right back down. So Bodie Thurman's able to take him down, but it was a catch, Brayden Butler is saying.
And it's going to be interesting to see what this penalty flag is on this. And I think Watertown's actually walking back over this way, so I think this is going to be a holding. I think it might.
The truck thing we talked about. Come on.
I didn't see who committed it, but it did look like it was on Lucas Cordell was held once again, who I cannot stress this enough. His second half here on the defensive line, he's made 3 or 4 plays where he is just blowing up that Watertown offensive line. He has been impressive. And right there, again, making a change in a play where all of a sudden Watertown's going backwards.
Yeah, the yo-yo effect for both teams here tonight. Penalty-wise, is outstanding.
Yeah, there have been a lot of penalties on a lot of big gains, and maybe that's part of the reason why the big gains are happening. But either way now, deflating there for Watertown as they converted a key 3rd down, however, coming back with holding. Now call it 3rd and 21, 22 on this one. There are some whistles on the field. I think they're trying to get Olsen off the field there as he is walking off under his own power. Looks like he's going to be fine, but the Arrows are going to be without him here on third down, 21 yards to go, 4:57 left here in this third quarter.
And then we have the field of play is now clear. And we'll have, like you said, third and 21, 4:57 to go in the third. Watertown leading Yankton 20-13. Himrick has 2 running backs as his blockers on his hips. Takes the snap. Pass out to the left. Nathan Briggs has it. That's dangerous. To the Yankton 45. He gets forward to the Yankton 35. Is basically shoved out of bounds by Carson Ness. And they're going to give him to the Yankton 34. And it'll be a fourth down. And in this situation, I don't know. It's kind of a weird area for Watertown. From what I've seen from their special teams, I don't think they have that kind of
Right,
situation.
it's one of those where you look at it, do you punt the ball, maybe you pin him deep, and they are sending the offense back on the field here, Bryce, on 4th and a long 9. This is a key moment in this game, obviously, at least lining up to go for it. Don't be surprised maybe if they try to make Yankton jump, but either way, line it up right now. And like you said, it is in that weird gray area of the field.
There's not much to lose here either, because the way both these teams have been returning this ball is kind of where it would end up being anyway. And so Himrick now in the shotgun. And the near hash marks. Play action. Pass out to the right, and wow. If it is given a catch, that is an incredible touchdown grab. Incomplete. Whew, that was close.
And that was a heck of a ball from Himrick. He put that right where it needed to be, a diving effort on the play.
I should mention, sorry to interrupt, but what actually happened, because I was just amazed by the situation. Pitkin was the intended target, and it was a really nice ball from Himrick, too. And Pitkin had some control of it, but just kind of an awkward body position. It falls incomplete, and continue what you're saying.
Yeah, and it looks like when he hit the ground, the ball bounced out. Tough play to make, and that was a heck of an effort as he was falling down to get that ball and try to bring down that. Either way, though, Yankton gets off the field. They're sitting with the ball at about their own 36, out of their own end zone this drive, down a score with 4:35 to go. It's go time for this Yankton offense trying to tie this game up.
Yeah, and Pitkin is down in the end zone. We try never to show injured players, so always that's why we're at midfield right now. But as you mentioned, Yankton will be taking over, and we're starting to get into some crunch time here. 4:35 to go in the third, trailing by a score.
Yeah, like you said, down a score here. These two defenses, after having some up and down moments in the first half, really stepped up in the second half. We've seen nothing but punts. Yankton didn't really get much of an opportunity early in this second half to move the ball, starting with the late in their own territory. But either way, now a chance here to tie this game. A lot of time left in this game with 4:35 to play here in the third quarter.
Let's take a 30-second breather, come back. The Yankton Bucks football, KYNT and KYNTV.
You can get expert eye care in Yankton with Avera Medical Group Wilcox & Eye Associates. Here, eye diseases and injuries receive the best care because we offer the newest surgical techniques, supported by the best technology. We'd be honored to be on the forefront of your eye care. Learn more by visiting avera.org/Wilcoxon. avera.org/Wilcoxon.
Issa Nelson takes the snap, pass to the middle of the field to Connor Slaba, falls incomplete on the Yankton's first play of their new possession. 4:28 on the clock, second and 10.
Yeah, that was a tough throw to make. Safety was hanging over. He knew he had to kind of put a little bit less on that. Slaba wasn't able to get back to the ball, already falling to the ground. But either way, now second down here for Yankton on this drive.
Yeah, an overthrow is almost a definite interception in that situation, as two receivers left, one right, single back, set, and an up back. Nelson, snap, handoff, Sheldon, and he stopped right at the line. Matthew Sheldon, as muscular as he is and as much of a bombshell as he sometimes is, this Watertown team, he's met his match with this line.
Yeah, and you talk about polar different games from last week. Yankton ran for 400 yards last week, Bryce. This week, not much going on. Their leading rusher in the first half was Easton Nelson with 13 yards, and I'd have to fact check myself on this. I think that was their first rushing attempt of the second half.
Nelson back to pass. He's under some pressure. We're going to have a hold going on Yankton as Nelson scrambling. And pass down to Connor Slaba. Reaches up for it. Can't get it, but it won't matter anyway. 99.9% sure this is holding on Yankton.
Yeah, and this is going to be holding on Yankton. on this one for maybe the 100th penalty in this game between the two sides.
At least.
But yeah, holding on this one. And Watertown's going to decline that, as that was third down. And Yankton punted back, Bryce. They've ran a total of 6 plays here in this third quarter.
So 3:47 to go in the third, and Matthew Sheldon will punt again for Yankton. Yankton trailing 20-13. Back to return Nathan Briggs and Mitch Olson.
Number 5, Matthew
Sheldon. Under some pressure there. He still gets a nice boot on it. Takes a kind of a neutral bounce on the grass and eventually dies at the Watertown 34, maybe the 33.5, and that is where the Arrows will take over.
Like I said, Arrows taking over there on that one. Keep an eye on that as they're going to ready to start another drive here. Not much success for either team moving the ball in the second half. Trying to get something going here, and if they can get a score at this point of the game, that like we talked about on that last drive, this really could put Yankton in a lot of trouble.
Malik Decker, the running back out there with Himrick. 2 receivers far side, 1 near. And Himrick takes the snap, handoff Decker up the middle. And basically, I'm not laughing, just kind of lost his footing. It looked like he lost his footing, but I think he was basically clotheslined by Yankton's defensive line, kind of a high tackle situation. And he hits the grass, and after a nice gain of about 3 yards.
Yeah, Bryce, I appreciate your analysis on that, but we do have a penalty flag down at about the 30-yard line.
I didn't see the flag. I was wondering. I was like, uh-oh.
So, yeah. Keep an eye on this. Legal formation here in the offense. That's going to send him back 5 yards on this one, all ready to start the drive.
5-yard penalty. We'll play first down again, 1st and 15.
Good. I thought it was maybe going to be a penalty about Malik Decker leaving his feet after a tackle.
But yeah, 1st and 15 now here for the Arrows.
And just under 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
29-yard line.
2 receivers near side, 1 far. 2 back set. Offsetting backs, Himrick under center. And it's a pitch out to Fossum. Fossum trying to get a lead up blocker. Now cuts to the middle of the field, and he is brought down by Riker Frang and company. Pretty much right at the line.
And he might even lost a couple yards on that one. This Yankton defense, Bryce, let me tell you, they got down early, 20-0, gave up a couple shot plays. They've really responded here. And like we talked about, they were down 20-0. They haven't given up a score since.
Yeah, the biggest success for Watertown running the ball seems actually going right up the middle. And Yankton's linebackers doing a nice job filling in as well. But the edges for Yankton, including that middle, just kind of trying to kind of setting the corner right now for Yankton.
Yeah, 2nd and long here, Bryce, for Watertown. It's going to be interesting to see what they do as they got 2 backs in the backfield.
And Himrick to pass out to Nathan Briggs at the 30 and is sent down at the Watertown 30, say the 35. And on that is Carson Ness, and Carson Ness is down on the grass now.
5-yard line by number 12, Carson
As we'll
Ness.
have trainers come out for Carson Ness now as he's right in enemy territory, right in front of him on the grass. So we'll let trainer Trevor Woods come out and address him. And we'll take a breather and come back. This is Yankton Bucks football. Yankton trailing Watertown 20-13. 2:31 to go in the third here on KYNT and KYNTV.
Are you suffering from a recent injury or chronic pain?
Come see us, Len Reed Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of techniques to meet every patient's need and preference, including adjustments, dry needling, acupuncture, cupping, and rehabilitation.
We are dedicated to providing personalized and effective treatment plans to help you perform at your highest level and feel your best.
Whether you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, or a sports injury, we've got you covered.
Go to SWATchiropracticandrehab.com to schedule an appointment.
All right, welcome back here to Watertown Stadium. Bryce Ladwig alongside Josh Boelter. 2.5 minutes to go in the third. Carson Ness was able to go off under his own power on the far side.
Placed on the 35-yard line.
Why they got so loud?
Yeah, I got some feedback there in the headset from the crowd, Mike. But either way, 3rd and 9 here for the Arrows. 2:31 remaining here in the third quarter. We got two backs in the backfield. Hemrick, the quarterback, talking to his back. He's got two receivers right, one to his left. Briggs, one of the main targets. The snap is wild, and we do have a whistle and a penalty on field. We're going to get a false start here, I think, on the Arrows, but that snap went wild on that one. But I think this is going to be called a false start here on Watertown.
Yeah, we got kind of excited.
I was like, oh,
whoa,
there's
whoa,
the ball. When a tight game like this where the defenses have been top-notch in the second half, that's a big play. But either way, now third and a little more beneficial here for Yankton. Let's call it 3rd and 14 for the Arrows on this one as we get ready for a key third down.
14.
So 3rd and 14, officially on the PA, and we have two blocking backs set for Watertown. Two receivers far side, one near. Hemrick takes the snap, looking to pass. Pocket collapsing, rolls to the near side. Looking downfield, he was intended target Mitch Olson, throws it out of play, and that brings up 4th down.
And Yankton going to get this ball back once again, and they got to get some momentum on the offensive side of the ball, Bryce. They've had 2 drives, 6 plays here in this second half. Got to get something going, obviously, trailing by 7. But another nice job by the defense, get off the field really quickly.
And Carson Ness still getting water on the sideline. See if he comes back in, and the punt for Watertown is in the air and back to return. Connor Slava does so at the 30, and cuts the middle, now to the outside, back to the middle. And look at him go, and he's right basically far side of the Watertown logo at the Yankton 48-yard line. A really nice return considering the situation where he got it. It kind of looked like he was dead to rights.
Yeah, nice play. He made a few men miss. He did that earlier on a big touchdown in the first half, and now Yankton in really good field position to start the drive with just a couple minutes left in the third quarter.
48-yard line, we'll call it.
And two backs set again for Yankton now. Easton Nelson and company. Nelson in the shotgun. Eitznes in motion. Nelson to pass. And it's intended target Evan Sirk. Going to go around on the left side. And kind of a really hard angle for that pass.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure maybe if there's some miscommunication or something, or maybe Sirk was blocked up, and it looked like he almost stopped on the route, but either way, incomplete passes. It looks like Carson Ness is running back onto the field, Bryce, lining up out wide on the right side of the field here for Yankton on 2nd and 10.
All right, and Carson Ness, he set back out, and Easton Nelson, two pass on the far side, and Connor Slava brings it in at the Watertown 47-yard line. So a gain of about 4 in the play.
Yeah, and that's a simple hitch route there. Get Slava open in space. He makes a nice little play, make it a third and a little more manageable here. Slava having a really nice night. He had 92 yards receiving in that first half, adding to his total there with about a gain of 4 or 5.
And again, Connor Slava in motion. Easton Nelson rolls out. And it's a pass out to Talon Kenny, and Talon Kenny brought down by a couple of Watertown Arrows at the Watertown 44. And Yankton getting close to that first down mark. It is now 4th and 2 for the Bucks.
And offense is staying on the field. Sirk running out, Sheldon running in. It'll be interesting to see if they're trying to get somebody to jump. Maybe if they're going for it, we'll see what happens.
Single back set is Matthew Sheldon right off to the left side of Easton Nelson. 4th and 2. Handoff Sheldon. Sheldon lost his footing, lunges forward. It's close, and I don't think he got it. No, he didn't get it. That's going to be turnover on downs and Watertown football. Matthew Sheldon lost his footing. He was pushing off that right foot and slipped, and he was able to gain some ground, but not enough.
Yeah, not much on that one. Slipped immediately. Had a hole on that one, too. If he doesn't lose his feet, I think he's got a first down on that. But either way, nice stop by the Watertown defense. Once again, defense has been the name of the game in the second half. Watertown now here with a chance at the ball. 117 on their own 44 here in the third quarter, up 7.
And Hemrick. Shotgun with Malik Decker near hash marks. Snap, handoff, Decker. Bounces to the outside and is brought down right at the line. They're going to give him forward progress of about like an inch, and that's on the far side of the field. And with Yankton, that was
Kyle.
That was Bryce Krall
Yeah.
once again, who flew in, and I am so impressed with him. I feels like every game I'm sitting here gushing over Bryce Krall's play as a linebacker, but it feels like he just flies the football, making another nice play on that one.
Best name in the game.
Absolutely. Josh is a pretty cool name in the game, too, but, you know,
Bryce.
whatever.
It's elite. It's elite. All right, 40 seconds to go in the third. 3 receivers near side, 1 far. Watertown moving right to left on your screen or listening device. And it is Hemrick passing out to Pitkin. Pitkin bounces now into the inside of the numbers and is brought down right inside Yankton territory at the Yankton 49 inches mark. And we do have a Watertown arrow down on the far side of the field. But when Watertown does resume, it will be about 4 yards to go.
Yeah,
maybe 3.
3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, something in that area. Interesting situation here. Wonder if maybe they have 2 downs on this to try to get a first down and see what happens.
All right, so another player down. We'll actually step aside for 30 seconds. This is Yankton Bucks football, KYNT, KYNTV.
So I switched my insurance to State Farm, and get this. I talked to an actual State Farm agent who lives in my actual town. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town gave me actual help with the coverage I needed. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town who gave me actual help actually knows my name. And get this. They actually say it's called service.
Call State Farm agent Rhonda Westland at 665-4411.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021, and AM 1450.
Watertown arrow still down on the field, on the far side of the field, but Yankton in a very hard defensive situation here. Trailing by a score, Josh, just 1 quarter remaining, but it's those plays that will haunt you. The Matthew Sheldon carry on the near side, lost his footing, couldn't quite get to the first down. I think if he doesn't, he has the first down easy. And it's just one of those unfortunate situations.
Yeah, it looked like it to me, too. I think you'd had that first down if he doesn't trip and fall there. But either way, Yankton now finds himself in a situation. We are in an injury timeout right now. There is an arrow down. But Watertown has the ball, call it on the 50-yard line, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5 here. Either way, trying to get a first down and continue this drive. There's only about 20 seconds left in this 3rd quarter. Obviously, they're going to try to get this into the 4th with possession of the football. Keep an eye on what happens here, as that was an offensive line.
Jaden Lambert.
Like, number 65, Jaden Lambert, 6'1", 240-pound senior, and he is being helped. He is holding hands, and he falls back down on the field. You just don't want to see that as it's happening.
We're actually going to step aside again here as they're still tending to him. But again, Watertown leading Yankton 20-13, 22 seconds to go in the 3rd. And we'll be back here on KYNT and KYNTV.
Sports injuries can be the result of competitive activities, but can also happen by just participating in leisure activities too. If you're experiencing pain as the result of your chosen activity, consider chiropractic care. I'm Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson with First Chiropractic Centers. We have experienced chiropractors that work with sports injuries every day. Our treatment options are aimed to minimize pain, reduce recovery time, and reduce risk of future injuries. Visit First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Medicare coverage is not a one-size-fits-all coverage. Do you like to travel? Are you wanting to spend your winters down south? Or just spend some time with your grandkids? Make sure you choose a plan that fits your needs and will travel with you. Visit Julie at Missouri River Associates to review your upcoming Medicare or your current needs. That's Julie at Missouri River Associates, 665-6885.
All right, here we are at Watertown Stadium, home of the Arrows and Bats. There you go. There's my 3rd one.
There's 3. You still have a whole quarter to go.
Oh, well, I'm sure I'll break that. Yell at me on the way home. Too many bat references, Bryce.
So many bat. No, I'm just
so many bats. Well, there's so many bats. What can I tell
Either
you?
way, though, tight game here. Big 3rd down. 3rd and 4, Bryce. 22 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Going to be interesting to see how Watertown handles this. Do they treat it like it's a 4-down situation if they don't get it here? They're running the clock, and I think they're actually just going to let this one, or at least they signal for the clock to run. and they are actually just going to take this one to the fourth quarter, Bryce.
All right, 4 fingers being held up in the air on the Yankton sideline, signaling the fourth quarter. And what in the world? Wow. So Watertown told the officials they wanted to run out the clock. Yankton starts walking off, Watertown starts walking off, and then they try to rush to the ball. Thanks to the official saying, no.
You can hear the official say, you said you were going to run the clock there. Interesting situation. But now, as we go to the fourth quarter, your 7-point game, Bryce. Close game here on a Friday night.
Yep, all right, and that is 20-13. Watertown leads Yankton entering into the fourth quarter. There's a scoreboard update, and that is brought to you by SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab. Their number one goal at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab is to make each patient feel at home and know they are truly there to help you live a healthier, pain-free life. SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab, the go-to place for specialized wellness and therapy. Visit them at swatchiropracticandrehab.com. Our fourth quarter sponsor is brought to you by Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first. Located at 2701 Foxrun Parkway in Yankton. And MT&RC Smith Insurance, an independent insurance agency offering you a variety of products for your individual, family, and business needs. All right, and your quarter break brought to you by Alani New Energy Drinks. Wellness should feel good and taste good, which is why Alani New Energy Drinks should be part of your daily routine. So we enter the fourth quarter of action. Josh Boelter, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. 3rd and 4 on the 50-yard line here for Watertown. They're up 7 to start this fourth quarter, and they're lining up here, like I said, on 3rd and 4.
Moving left to right on your screen or listening device. Hemrick, snap, rolls, pressure behind him, passes downfield to Nathan Briggs, brings it in, the Yankton 30 to the 20, and he is brought down in the red zone. And on that tackle was a Yankton Buck, who is down on the turf or on the grass. And Yankton Bucks are waiting in for someone to come get him. And this one doesn't like feel like a cramp, Josh.
And I think that might have been, and I don't want to say a name officially without seeing for sure, but that looked like number 6, Micah Maska, on the tackle on that one. And he looks like he's the guy who's down over there on the sideline.
So we'll take an injury at timeout. As Coach Brady Muth actually is coming to address this one as well. Timeout's brought to you by Hedro, one of Yankton's biggest and best employers. When it's time for a new job, maybe a new career direction, visit jobs.hedro.com. We'll be back in a couple of minutes here on KYNT and KYNTV.
Getting the kids to practice on time. Remembering if it's your day to bring snacks. Making it to the game with a clean jersey. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with Auto Owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. Auto Owners works with independent agents who answer when you call, so you can worry about more important things, like whether your kid is going to run toward first or third base. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT&RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. MTRCSmithInsurance.com.
Sarah Sarda is running for State Senate District 18. Sarah, why should voters choose you?
I think they should vote for me because I've had experience and I've shown my commitment to the community. I've been in leadership positions. I try to be reasonable, listen to everybody, and then just make the best choice available.
Vote Sarah Sarda for District 18 Senate in the upcoming November 5th election, paid for by Sarah Sarda for State Senator.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care, whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
COVID-19 cases are on the rise, and peak flu season is almost here. Save time and get the updated COVID-19 vaccine and your flu shot at the same time at Hy-Vee. Schedule your updated COVID-19 vaccine and flu shot.
All right, Yankton trying to stop Watertown here. Hemrick in the shotgun. And his handoff. Fossum goes up the middle. Yankton trying to slow him down. He gets to the 10-yard line.
Fossum carrying the ball inside the 10.
Yeah, getting very close, knocking on the door and really making it a whole different kind of game, Josh.
Yeah, nice run there by Fossum on first down, making it about a second and short second and 2 second and 3 situation here inside the 10.
All right, now Himrick directing traffic at the line. Except for my binocular, Josh. Under center. The snap handoff. Winchester goes up the middle and is slowed down by Yankton.
The handoff is to number 22,
And
Spencer
I think
Winston.
9 of the 11 Yankton Bucks on the field were all on that ball.
Yeah, all Bucks on that ball. Third and short here. Got to imagine Watertown's going to line up in power. I-4, maybe that power cat you were talking about, and try to run the football here on third and short.
We'll give the tackle to the interior line.
Where was the power cat last year with the Lucas Camshaw power formation? Why didn't I come up with it then? Or the rugby one 2 years ago? Yeah. Missed opportunities. But here we go. It is that power cat formation. Winchester will take the snap. Takes the snap, trying to go right up the middle. Yankton slows him down again at the line. Nice job by Yankton. They are piling on, but that is enough for a Watertown first down. But I'm still impressed because, yeah, it's a first down, but I think Yankton's also is looking at it as a non-scoring. They're thinking more about the back, or the wall at their back.
So they haven't moved the sticks yet. Let's keep an eye on it. They're now moving it. Okay, now they're saying first and goal over on the side. I was just keeping an eye on the chain gain, see what was going on down there. But, yeah, first and goal here, say about the 7-8 yard line. Watertown trying to punch it in and make it a 2-score game here early in this fourth quarter.
And it will be Watertown, Himrick in the shotgun now. Pitkin in motion. Play action. Himrick pass into the back of the end zone and brought in by Nathan Briggs. He's upended. What a catch from Nathan Briggs. Full of dirt. Clouds of dirt fill the air. We have a flag late, so that's got to be obviously a personal conduct, but a touchdown for Watertown.
Yeah, and that one was interesting on that. What Watertown did was roll out the quarterback, draw your attention to the flat, and sneak Briggs way in the back of the end zone, and he goes up and just makes a big play on that for a catch, and it looks like a touchdown. It feels like that flag was after the play, so we'll see what they call on this, but either way, nice play by Briggs.
I think it's going to be an unsportsmanlike if I had a bet of Josh Boelter dollar on it.
Yeah, I know you and Brayden bet a lot of those. A lot more than I have.
Hey, you owe me like $48. Here's the call. Maybe.
After the touchdown, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 3.
Yeah, so Nathan Briggs, I think just excessive celebration on the. That was a great grab by him, but
I get it.
I get it. We're like, yeah,
Riley
Fisher will try the extra point again, and this one is up and hits the upright, but the good kind of way. It bounces in. The extra point is good, and it is Watertown leading Yankton 27-13. 9:41 to go in the fourth. Yankton to return this kick when we come back in 1 minute. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT and KYNTV.
What's the best beverage to enjoy while rooting on your team? 1919 root beer, of course. 1919 is brewed in small batches with only the finest ingredients, real sugar and real vanilla. The unique recipe and these choice ingredients make 1919 the creamiest, full-bodied draft root beer available. Find it in 12 packs and single-serve cans at grocery, convenience stores, and restaurants. 1919 is alcohol-free and contains no caffeine, making it a beverage of choice at any time for anyone in the family.
The Boathouse is for everyone. Axe throwing, mini bowling, shuffleboard, beanbag, golf, pool, and darts. Plus awesome food and drinks with lots of cold craft beers and other beverages. Some say the Boathouse is the most fun you can have on land. Trivia on Tuesday nights, music bingo on Wednesdays with live music on Friday night. This is downtown Yankton's fun gathering place for all ages. If you can't be on the boat or at a Bucks or Gazelles game, then it's the Boathouse.
All right, we bring in our rules expert, Josh Boelter, like the NFL does.
Yeah, oh boy, I don't like those guys, but it's okay. It's 27-13 here. Watertown had an excessive unsportsmanlike conduct on that play, so they actually moved it back to the 25 here on the kickoff instead of the 40.
You know, Cirque picks it up at the 28, bounces to the outside, tries to get back on the inside now. Maybe got free a couple times there, but is eventually slowed down by the Watertown defense at the Yankton 47-yard line. And Yankton needs a strike right here.
Yeah, they still got a little bit of time here, but it is approach and go time here. You obviously want to score as quick as possible and get the ball back again if you get that chance. But Yankton find themselves down 2 scores here. Need to find a way to get in the end zone.
Near hash marks, Easton Nelson has Cirque in the backfield. Looking to pass. Steps up and keep it himself and covers the ball at the Yankton 49. So gain of 2 on the play, and we have a late flag coming in on the near side of the field. And unless it was Nelson chirping, I think it's something going on Watertown.
I think so, too. Not much on the gain, but that flag was really late into the play there, well after Nelson was down, so we'll see what they call on this one. And they are talking to Coach Muth over there on the sideline, so it looks like there is. It's going to be a face mask here on the arrow, so that's a big break for Yankton, getting 15 yards on that.
I really do want to go back and find out the amount of flags. That was justified, obviously, but I want to find the amount of flags in this game.
Yeah, there's been a lot. It's been a physical football game, and sometimes you'll see that in a physical football game where you're going to get some flags and some penalties and things like that.
All right, ball on the Watertown 35. High snap, Nelson bobbles, but Cirque picks it back up, and he's brought down behind the line, loss of a couple of yards. And in on that, I believe that was Micah Hawk in on that stop.
Yeah, Evan Cirque saved that play. Bobbled snap. Could have been a disaster for Yankton, but heads up play by the senior back to pick up that football.
And Nelson this time takes a snap. He's looking to pass again. Middle of the field. Carson Ness overthrew him.
For number 12.
Yeah, and it could be a little wrong on this, but Nelson's release there looked a little different than usual. It's a little bit longer on that one, kind of drew back a little bit on that, and I think that might have affected the throw a bit.
Yeah, and I imagine, he just bobbled the snap. I mean, I'm up here, my hands are cold. His hands might be a little cold down there, too.
It's possible.
That fall weather is here. Owen Isis gets off the field last second, and Watertown will have encroachment. Whoa, false start on Yankton.
And false start here on the Bucks. It's gonna be, I didn't see who got caught jumping, but clearly Watertown's defender reacted to a Yankton lineman moving. At least that's what they're calling on the field.
They're going to say that Derek Beal jumped. And so now we have some substitutions here. Talon Kenny comes off, Cohen Zarbach comes on. Connor Slaba will leave, or no, he'll go to the far side of the field. Owen Iceness and Ness join him on the far side. 3rd and 15 for the Bucks. 8.5 minutes to go in the 4th. Nelson drops back, steps up, keeps the ball, gets to the 40, pulled down from behind. And they're going to say clean tackle at the Watertown 41. And Coach Terry Huber, offensive coordinator for the Bucks, is beside himself on the far side of the field. Coach Moose goes in there to fight this battle with the official.
Yeah, and I think that they might have gotten away with a bit of a horse collar tackle there on that one. But either way, Yankton's got to recover on this. They got a 4th down here, whether they punt or go for it. They don't have time. It's on the side. They got to move here. And now it looks like they are going to go for it, down 2 scores with under 8 to play.
All right, 4th and 15. Bucks going for it. 7:52 to go in the 4th. Trips receivers right side. Nelson, snap. Pressure. Looking to pass downfield. He's looking for Connor Slaba. And Slaba catches it, but he's out of play. Turnover on downs. Watertown football on their own 39-yard line.
Yeah, tough break there, like you said, out of bounds on that play. Had Slava open initially, but Nelson had to roll out with some pressure. Just kind of had to throw it up, incomplete pass. Nice stop by the Watertown defense, though. And they really got a chance here in this drive to maybe ice this game.
Make that their own 41. And things have gotten very, very difficult now for the Bucks, as this defense needs to shut them down quick. Offense needs to come right out and score right away. And now clock is an issue.
Yeah, clock is an issue. Keep an eye. It looks over on the outside. Miles Drotzman's playing some corner on this drive here. lined up over at the bottom here of the screen against Mitch Olson.
Yeah, Micah Maska left the game. Now Hemrick, handoff. To Malik Decker, and multiple Bucks had jerseys. Talon Kenny had him in the backfield, dead to rights. But now Kenny goes to the opposite side of the field. He has a large gain, and we have a flag coming in from behind the Watertown formation late. And
if this is on Watertown, I'm going to tell you.
He did the truck, come back.
If you're Watertown, you got to be kicking yourself. The back was 15 yards down the field by the time that penalty flag was thrown.
I'm just laughing. I'm sorry. I know, Josh, the radio audience doesn't know what I'm talking about, but the official, every time, because you mentioned it, that they do the fingers like, come back, bring it back, I'm imagining someone backing up the truck. All right, keep going.
Anyway, another penalty here, and Yankton might have gotten bailed out with that penalty. So it's going to be a first and about 14 or so now here for Watertown.
See what Yankton's defense can dial up here.
Actually, they're just going to move this. See, the down marker says it's 1st and 10. Now they're talking about it, picking up the football, but now they are.
So far, I don't trust anything. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, all right. So here you go. Unsportsmanlike conduct going on Yankton's assistant coach, Josh Boelter Dollar, probably on Huber, judging on just where officials are and in relation to the Yankton coaches. And since they didn't say head coach, I'm assuming Huber, but either way on the Yankton sideline.
Yeah, and that's tough. You just get the break with the holding penalty, and then you do something like that. Emotions of the game run high.
Hemrick up the middle. And a gain there for Watertown, about 5 yards on the left side. 2nd and 5. Spencer Wenches on the carry.
Out to the 43.
Yeah, that's just power football on that one. Wenches with a nice 5-yard gain out of that power cat formation. And now for Watertown, that clock is your friend. You just keep running that football.
And they're just going to keep running the play clock, like you said. I formation for the Arrows. Flag on the near side. And a false start going on Watertown. It's gone both ways, so I can openly say this, Josh, but too many penalties in this game.
Yeah, and I understand flags happen on almost every play, and I don't mean to be critical, but at some point I think you just got to let both sides play. I mean, it's been a lot of penalties, and it has been both sides. It truly has.
It's going to be like Monday morning, and we're going to be finishing this thing. So.
Yeah.
All right, ball on the Yankton 48. It's 2nd down for the Arrows. Line to gain is the Yankton 37. And Hemrick, handoff. Fossum on the carry. And small gain there gets to the Yankton 46. Be 3rd down.
Yeah, now 3rd and long here for Watertown. Yankton has a chance to get this ball back, but they got to get off the field here now, Bryce. If they don't, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yep, then you have to start really.
3rd down.
Yeah, if they don't get it here, you got to start thinking about taking timeouts, basically.
Yep.
That's where they're at in this situation.
So one of the biggest downs of the game. Hemrick in the shotgun with his 2 blocking backs, 2 receivers far side, 1 near. Yankton has 3 down linemen, bunch of linebackers. And Hemrick looking to pass. Yankton tries to get in the backfield. They do get him. That's a sack by Yankton. Yankton's defense steps up and sends Hemrick into the grass.
Yeah, and I think that was big number 73, Riker Frang, and then on the sack on that one. Frang had a sack in the first half, now 2 on the night. He's looked really good. This defensive line has played really well getting after the quarterback tonight. Once again, getting it to get stopped there where they need it, and now this Yankton offense got a chance, and they got to move quick, Bryce.
Yeah, Riker Frang at the big stop, as you mentioned. Now 4th down. The clock keeps ticking. And I think once Yankton gets this ball, then they go into clock management mode.
Right. The sideline is your friend. You can get some passes going outside, maybe some out routes, things like that, drag routes, things that'll lead you towards the sideline to save some clock instead of going down and maybe losing a couple extra seconds.
Timeout taken by Watertown. We'll step aside as well. Don't want to miss anything. So we'll be back in 1 minute. Bucks football, KYNT and KYNTV.
Want to take the hassle out of servicing your heating or cooling system? Then sign up for the Kaiser Signature Membership Program. This is Chris Frick with Kaiser Heating and Cooling. Not only will you get peace of mind knowing your units are being serviced regularly, but being a Kaiser Signature member gives you priority service, a discount on parts and labor, and no overtime rates. Take comfort and let our qualified professional technicians keep you running.
Be the wiser and go with Kaiser. Kaiser Heating and Cooling of Yankton.
Oh, Sheboygan, I just can't get you off my mind.
Your football party will be a touchdown when you serve up Sheboygan brats, summer sausage, cocktail smokies, and natural casing wieners. Game day is better with Sheboygan's. Produced with pride at American Food Groups in Yankton.
The way it tastes is simply divine. I got Sheboygan on my mind. Sheboygan.
All right, and then a short punt there. Josh goes out of play, the far side of the field.
Yeah, short punt goes out of bounds. Yankton getting here about the 32, down 2 scores with 4:22. They do have all timeouts, but you're basically treating the rest of the game like it's a 2-minute drill. Got to score as quick as you can and try to save those timeouts for if you score, get the defense back on the field.
Yep, hurry up, hurry up. And kind of a more of a bunched formation here. Receivers brought in close into the slots, and Connor Slaba in motion. Nelson rolls to the near side. He's looking downfield and finds Connor Slaba at the Yankton 39. Nice grab by Slaba there, and they do stop the clock. And I'm wondering if Nelson also saw Carson Ness, Josh, and decided he wouldn't be able to get to the outside, so that's why he chose Slaba.
Yeah, nice ball, nice catch there on that one. Get out of bounds, good play. Keep the ball moving.
Empty backfield, crowd getting into it. Carson Ness in motion. Nelson rolls right side. And this time looking deeper for Carson Ness. He brings it in Watertown territory. How did he do that? Carson Lock Ness brings it in at the Watertown 44-yard line. And the clock is ticking, but the chains move.
Yeah, got to move. Nice catch. Good effort there. Move the sticks.
Nelson waiting for the snap. Here we go. Nelson pass over to Carson Ness again. Gets out of bounds. Spins forward for an extra yard after the catch. And that's right at the first down marker.
First down.
So they do move the chains.
Bryce Yankton's been really efficient here early on in this drive, getting out of bounds as quick as they can. And it is actually second down here. They're going to call about a gain of 9 on that play.
So second and short. Nelson steps up, keeps the ball himself, goes to the middle of the field, gets to the 25, covers the ball, and is brought down in play. So the clock will keep going, and it is about the 25-yard line. You need to get closer to the red zone, but Yankton taking a while to substitute. Cohen Zarbach hustling in, getting to the near side. Nelson waiting for him, and now he sends Slaba in motion. Nelson, high snap, rolls to his right side. He's looking downfield, finds Slaba at the 20. He's brought down in territory, or in play again. And a small game, but Yankton's going to have to burn a timeout, it looks like. At least I'm pretty sure that's what. Yeah, so a timeout will have to be taken by Watertown.
To the arrow 20-yard line.
Sorry. Okay. In my defense, he did point toward Watertown.
Yeah, he
initially.
And either way, though, now you got second and call it 6 or so from about the 20-yard line. Yankton, they're moving the ball well in this drive, and they've actually been pretty efficient about it. That was the first play of the drive where they really kind of got stuck in the middle of the field there, outside of run, but even then that scramble was for a good gain. Yankton now, once again, they're moving quick. As long as they score with about 2 or so minutes to play, I think they have a really good chance here to get the ball back. But either way, now taking that first time out of the half, they're going to have to start moving, and they cannot afford to waste another or use another timeout here on this drive.
I didn't want to risk missing it, so they're about to enter the Midwest Insurance Agency red zone. I don't want to have to tell that if Yankton's in a hurry-up offense here. 3:15 to go in the fourth. Nelson, this snap. And it's going to be holding on Yankton. Carson Ness picks it up low. They're going to blow the play dead. And they're going to get Austin Conway. He followed through with the block, and I feel like it's just because it was kind of a long time. They're going to call him for a hold.
Yeah, and I think it might have been a hold, but either way, I feel like a lot of that the flag throwing was a reaction to the crowd a little bit there in that one. Away now, second really long here for the Bucks. It's like second about 15 or so.
You know, Nelson
Second down and 16.
takes the snap. Looking for Carson Ness at the goal line. Ness up and almost brings it in. Too much contact there. But that would have been a play of the game right there if he was able to do so. But no pass interference called, and that will bring up third down for the Bucks.
Yeah, 3rd and 16 on this one. Got a long way to go here on 3rd and long. Maybe looking at 12 again, you got to think on this play. Slob has also been really good today. He's got over, I believe, over 100 yards on the night, but keep an eye on that so you're interested to see what they do on 3rd and long.
Ness in the shotgun. 2:57 to go in the 4th. Drops back, steps up, and he's brought down in the backfield. Kind of ran right into a Watertown arrow up the middle. I don't know if he didn't see anything downfield that he liked right away and thought he'd try to get some positive yards or what, Josh?
Yeah, I don't think he gave that play much of a chance to develop. I know the pressure is there, but he kind of stepped up into it on that one. Either way, we're going to time out here from this Watertown defense here to talk about 4th and long.
All right, we'll be back in 30 seconds. This is Yankton Bucks football at KYNT and KYNTV.
Look at all the pictures of the resort you'd stay in every year. All you need to do is pay reasonable maintenance fees once a year. With any contract that you're signing, read and understand everything. What happens if you cancel? Can you get out of this contract? If you feel pushed into signing the contract, you need to stop and take a step back. If you have questions, contact the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
2:35 to go in the 4th. Bryce Ladwig here alongside Josh Boelter. This is the game right here, Josh. If Yankton can't convert this 4th and 21, Watertown will start celebrating here. Nelson has Matthew Shelton as a blocker. Rolls left. Hard pass over and intercepted by Watertown at their 20-yard line. It was intended for Owen Eidsness, and that interception will all but seal the fate for the Yankton Bucks here tonight.
Yeah, and let's talk about that Watertown defense for a second. They've done a really great job tonight. I mean, they have just been incredible. They've been physical. They've flown to the football, and they get another turnover there. 3 on the night for Yankton, 2 fumbles and a pick. Heck of a job by the Watertown defense. It looks like they're going to walk away with a big victory here to start their home opener and their first game in Class 11 AA of the season.
And now Watertown out here just trying to kill this clock. And they looking to have their home opener win, Josh.
Yeah, and it's looking that way, barring some kind of miracle here for the Bucks. But Watertown, a heck of an effort tonight. They got up early and able to maintain the lead. And we do have a flag in the field. That carry goes for maybe a yard or 2 tops.
I'm losing my mind with these flags right now.
Malik Decker on the carry for the Watertown Arrows.
Here's the good news out of that, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe if you decline the penalty, I believe that actually should stop the clock, to my understanding. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
if we could get a company to sponsor the penalty flags, we could send all of the Yankton Bucks to college.
I think so. I think the way it's going tonight, and once again, this has gone both ways. But, yeah, a frustrating night.
Fine, and the Watertown Arrows.
Oh, I think we could fund both.
Half scholarships for everyone. So legal formation on Watertown. And 2:13 on the clock, Josh.
Yeah, 2:13 here. First 10. And they are running the clock. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me because there wasn't an official play. But either way, now 1st and 15 here for the Arrows.
And Hemrick letting this play clock go down as much as possible. Takes a snap, handoff to his in the fullback position. And I think, was that Winchus on the carry? Either way, it is slowed down at the Watertown 27-yard line. Timeout taken by the Bucks. We'll step aside as well. Watertown leads Yankton 27-13. We'll be back in 30 seconds. This is Yankton Bucks football on KYNT and KYNTV.
Are you ready to drive home your savings? For a limited time, Explore CU is offering an incredible deal on auto loans. They'll beat your current auto loan rate by up to 2% on new and used vehicle refinances from other institutions. Choose from a variety of terms to fit your budget and lifestyle. Enjoy a fast, easy application and approval process with no application fee. Don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to save. Visit us at explorerscu.com to learn more and apply today.
All right, welcome back to Watertown Stadium. 1:44 on the clock here in the fourth. It's 2nd and 14 for the Arrows in their own territory.
Yeah, and Bryce, time is running out here on the Bucks. They got one more chance to stop the clock, and after that, that clock is going to start free falling.
Hemrick under center, pitch out to Malik Decker, and he is bodied at the Watertown 26-yard line, and Yankton will stop the clock again. And I think this is going to be the last time we'll step aside as well. We'll take another 30 seconds. 1:39 on the clock as we're playing the clock game right now. We'll be back here from Watertown Stadium after this.
At Triple Time Rudy's, not only do you get top-notch fuel to keep you on the move, but it's a destination for delicious local treats. You'll find quality South Dakota products like Dimmick cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. It's your community's pit stop for more than just fuel. Triple Time Rudy's supports schools and events and provides fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers. For all your daily fill-ups and convenience needs, stop by Triple Time Rudy's at 17th and Broadway.
1:39 on the clock. Watertown with the football. 3rd and 14. Ball on their own 27-yard line. And Yankton, no timeouts left. So miracles need to happen for the Bucks, but their last chance is stopping the Arrows right here, mathematically. And a quick carry, and we'll bring up 4th down at the Watertown 29, and on that carry was Fossum.
Is the number 25, Marcus Fossum.
And the clock is going, Josh.
Yeah, that clock is going to fall here. Yankton's going to get the ball back, but they need nothing short of a miracle here. Down 2 scores, and they're going to get this ball back under a minute to play.
So it'll take a quick touchdown. It'll take an onside kick recovery, and then a quick touchdown.
Pretty much. The math is really playing against Yankton here. But either way, they are going to get the ball back here late into this 4th quarter.
And the punt crew is out. Let's see how far the clock can go down here for the Arrows. It's under a minute at 50 seconds. At 45 seconds, that is where the punt snap will happen. And it's a high punt, at least for Yankton. Hazelhorse clears out and takes a Watertown bounce, if I've ever seen one, about 12 yards in favor of the Arrows, and dies on the Yankton 38-yard line. And so Yankton has 34 seconds to score, get the ball back, and score.
Yeah, that's a tough task there. And that punt, I legitimately thought it was going to go maybe 10 yards away. It went off the foot, but it took a good roll here. And Yankton now, they got to move quick if they want even a chance for an onside kick.
2 receivers each side. Matthew Sheldon in the back blocking for Easton Nelson. A lot of secondary out for Watertown. Nelson takes the snap. He's looking downfield. And he finds Carson Ness, who does bring it in at the Watertown 42-yard line.
Number 12, Carson Ness.
And did he get out of bounds?
I think he was down in bounds, but either way, nice catch by Ness. They're not running the clock, but the ball has been said. I think they are just going to say he's out of bounds. Nice play by Ness.
Yeah, very nice. Connor Slaba in motion. Actually, no, he's just setting up, rather. 2 receivers each side. Nelson now. Snap, nice protection. Looking downfield. See him air this thing out. Maybe he's rolling. He's going to keep it himself and get out of bounds. And he is hit late out of bounds at the Watertown 40-yard line. So Yankton will gain some yards on this.
Yeah, can't do that if you're the Watertown defense. Free
and then
penalty
we have
now.
another one coming out. Sorry to cut you off. We have another one thrown here. So I think you're going to add an unsportsmanlike on top of it.
Yeah, but that could depend on who they call it on here, because this could neutralize the penalty or pending on who it's on this one. Obviously, the first one on Watertown for a close hit out of bounds. And it's going to be interesting to see where the second penalty's going.
Give me a flag. I want to throw one.
I mean, hey, if you want to, go for it. Go crazy, man. And there's a chance that you might be able to.
Selling them at the gate.
Personal foul, late hit on Watertown. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Yankton.
I don't know. I don't like how you made that happen, Josh.
Look, I have to break down all possibilities, and that unfortunately was a possibility in that situation.
All right, so late hit on Watertown, the unsportsmanlike on Yankton. Cross each other out. It's at 20 seconds now. Nelson takes a snap on 2nd and 10. To Slava at the 32-yard line, gets to the outside and out of play, stops the clock.
You know, there's some positive to take away from this Yankton. Connor Slava's had a really nice game, Bryce. He went over the 100-yard mark on the day. He had a touchdown in that first half. Really had a nice game.
Yeah, the con man making things happen here in Watertown. Quieter here on matchup for him, but really has put up some nice numbers here tonight. Nelson drops back, past Carson Nez near pylon at the goal line, far side, flag out, and I believe it's going to be pass interference going on Watertown.
Yeah, either way, and I think this is pass interference on Watertown. The clock has expired. At that point, Yankton either accept the penalty and take one untimed down, or they can just call the game here, depending on what they want to do.
And see the officials discuss things here. So it's pass interference on Watertown. I think if you're Yankton, Josh, why not just try to get another score on the board?
Yeah, I think absolutely. And those are one of those things with the point differential tiebreakers, Class 11 AA, that could make a difference if you're able to score here.
And Nelson. Pass over to Ness. Ness unable to bring it in. Pass broken up in the end zone, and Yankton falls in Watertown 27-13 in it was a game. It was a game here tonight.
A game it was, and look, a struggle for Yankton out of the gate. They found themselves down early in this game, 20-0. And even though they kind of rallied, were never fully able to recover from that point, and they find themselves their first loss of the season.
A lot of penalties on both teams, and I mean a lot. And just, I guess you could say it, not sure be hard, but really undisciplined football from both sides. It just really, when it wasn't undisciplined, it was just kind of just heavy ESD, grinded out at the goal line or at the line of scrimmage football. And that's kind of what you expect when these two teams clash.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a long-time rivalry, and both teams played a physical football game, but unfortunately for Yankton, just on the wrong side of that.
Thank you all for your support.
All right, and we will have your post-game report coming up here in a few moments. But again, Yankton falls short, 27-13 to the Watertown Arrows. Yankton now 1-1 on the season. Watertown improves to 1-1 as well. Don't go anywhere. We have our post-game conversations all coming up here from Watertown Stadium on KYNT and KYNTV.
The mission of State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Hi, I'm Roy Wilcox with State Farm Insurance. We have been helping customers get to a better state for over 100 years. No matter where you are in life, we're here to help you make the right play calls for your insurance coverage. Give me a call or stop by anytime.
Call Roy Wilcox State Farm Insurance today, 665-7140. Find more at roywilcox.com.
The other day, a gal came into the UPS store to drop off a package. On her way out, she noticed the print sample wall and asked if we could print invitations. The answer was, yes, we can. Hi, this is Doug at the UPS store in Yankton and Vermilion. For over 7 years now, the UPS store has been helping hundreds of customers with their printing needs. From basic copies to business cards and invitations to posters, we can print them. Stop out and ask about our current print specials and see how we can help with your printing needs.
Do you want a job that keeps it real? At Truxedo, a real truck company, we keep it real by promoting our values of excellent service, teamwork, accountability, and innovation. Join the Truxedo team and enjoy your next career adventure. We have a variety of openings, including senior EH&S specialist and weekend maintenance technician too. So don't wait. Get up, get out, and apply at realtruck.com/careers and start your next adventure with a career at Truxedo.
All right, welcome to your postgame breakdown, brought to you by Sarah Sarda for State Senator. Find out more about Sarah's campaign online at sarahsarda4statesenator.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Let's have our postgame coach interview. That's brought to you by Rhonda Westland State Farm Insurance. Let Rhonda review your current home, auto, or life insurance to see if she can help you save some money. That's Rhonda Westland State Farm, being joined by Coach Brady Hill. Coach, does not the most disciplined game for either team. A lot of flags were thrown out here, and it just kind of seemed to be kind of an unsteady start, and just really wasn't kind of the kind of football from, again, both sides that you want to see.
Yeah, you know, we obviously had a little bit of adversity to start the game, and with a younger team with a lot of new parts and guys that haven't been in a situation like that, you know, things like that are going to happen, and we just got to find a way to work through them a little better. But Watertown gets a lot of credit. They had a great game plan. They really took away some of the things that we tried to do, and then obviously once momentum gets going like that, you know, it takes quite a bit to get a team out of that when they're at home and playing well. So credit to them. But, yeah, we got some things we need to clean up. But the best part about this is we're still a young team, and there's a lot of games left to be played, and we get to learn from this. So that's the thing to look forward to.
Well, you and the rest of the coaching staff get to digest this tonight. We'll talk more in detail about all the good and bad things for tonight on the Coach's Corner tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Let's talk some good things.
Yeah.
Start with Easton Nelson. First game, obviously, this season that he's really had to show his passing ability. Just 6 attempts in the first game, but tonight, I don't know how many, but definitely more than that. Really keeping his poise and keeping eyes downfield.
Yeah, he's been good. I mean, just like we were saying, he's a senior, but he's young in terms of quarterback snaps that he's played. So, you know, him getting these reps in these situations is going to help us down the road. Obviously, it'd be nice to have immediate success with some of that stuff, but, you know, he did a nice job. He was scrambling. You know, those throws on the run, right and left, are difficult throws. And like I said, Watertown had a nice game plan. But when he's got situations where they know we're going to pass and things like that, it's a little tricky. But I thought when we asked him to execute the game plan, he did a very nice job, and he really was in control of things, like you said.
And then your receivers in this game as well, Connor Slava, Carson Ness, both making really great grabs and a lot of yards after catch as well.
Yeah, Connor, wow, 8 for 122. That's what we knew we had with Connor Slava. He's been doing that since I can remember him as a little guy or a freshman, you know. He's been catching the ball and making positive plays for our offense as long as I can remember. And Carson was battling a few things out there. You know, it's a hot game, cramp, and, you know, whatever it is, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but, you know, he battled for us playing both ways and all that stuff. So those two, we lean on those two seniors a lot. And like I said, hopefully this experience can help some of these younger guys like Owen Idesness and a couple other guys we have that come to mind. Like Cale Hazelhorse had a great game on defense, but he's a guy that can potentially impact on offense too. So we just like those guys that come along and learn from this experience.
And, Coach, I know obviously you're going to go back and watch the game, but what would you say early on, just quick off your head, is maybe one thing you'd want to see this team take away from a loss like this?
Yeah, just the moment itself, right? You got to be able to handle those things that happen to you in a game of football. You can't have a perfect outcome every time. That's football and that's life. So, you know, I thought we got punched in the mouth a little bit to start. Credit to Watertown, but, you know, I also think we can improve on our response to that and being ready to go from the get-go, because we knew Watertown had some talented kids. So whether that's preparation throughout the week, you know, things like that, we just got to be ready to go from the jump. And if things don't go our way right away, just being able to bounce back.
All right, and Coach, I want to wish you safe travels back down south, and we'll break all this down in depth tomorrow morning on the Coach's Corner. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. You guys are the best. Thanks.
Don't fall off the roof. All right, that was Coach Brady Hale. See a nervous chuckle from him. And we'll take a break, come back, and continue here on KYNT and KYNTV.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
September is Healthy Aging Month. Yankton Medical Clinic reminds you that healthy aging begins with preventative screenings, and the best place to start is by having a colonoscopy. Colonoscopies are recommended for all individuals age 45 and older. Yankton Medical Clinic has 3 general surgeons who can complete this simple outpatient procedure on site, so there's no need to wait. Call 664-2742 to schedule your colonoscopy today. Learn more at yanktonmedicalclinic.com. So much care, so close to home.
So, you need a new vehicle. What's the best vehicle for you? Where do you get financing? What's your trade worth? Answer all these questions and more at BillionAuto.com. You can compare 16 new car brands and thousands of used vehicles, all in the palm of your hand at BillionAuto.com. Plus, estimate the trade value of your vehicle in 2 easy steps. It's car buying made easy. Apply for credit pre-approval at BillionAuto.com. All applications accepted, not all approved.
FNBO is the great big small bank. And for more than 165 years, we've been with you where you are. A bank that's ready for all your needs, both big and small. Here to help you earn more, save more, so you can do more every step of the way. It's what you can expect from the great big small bank. FNBO, independent and family owned for 6 generations, and ever so focused on you. Stop on by or visit us at fnbo.com, member FDIC.
Whether you're nearing retirement or already enjoying it, I'll help you create a financial plan that works best for you. I'm Adam Boelter with Vantage Financial. I believe financial planning should be as enjoyable as a day spent fishing or pheasant hunting. If you want personalized investment planning, retirement strategies, and insurance reviews tailored to your unique goals, let's talk. Search Adam Boelter with Vantage Financial or visit vfplanning.com.
Vantage Financial Partners is a registered investment advisor. SEC registration does not constitute an endorsement of Vantage by the SEC, nor does it indicate that Vantage has attained a particular level of skill or ability.
All right, welcome back to the post-game breakdown. Again, brought to you by Sarah Sarda for State Senator. We are in the Fairfield Inn and Suites and Holiday Inn Express in Yankton broadcast booth. The roof, actually. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express Hotel Direct, 605-653-2250. Let's get your out-of-town scoreboard. That's brought to you by Upper Midwest Garage Door, specializing in the sales, installation, and service of residential and commercial garage doors and openers throughout eastern and South Dakota. Upper Midwest Garage Door is your local authorized Clopay dealer. We bring in the Brayden Butler.
Thanks for bringing me in, Bryce. It took me a second. I had to steal Josh's seat. They say when you step on a ship for the first time and go on a long voyage, you don't get your sea legs right away.
Yep.
I did not pack my roof legs, so it's a little
What, are you scared of a little heights? A little height?
If you want to get real on the broadcast right now, very. But I digress. Let's talk about some local scores that are near Yankton, and then we'll go through Class 11 AA as a whole. Avon defeated Burke today 60-7. Avon is the unanimous #1 team in Class 9B. Looks like they will continue that with a big win over Burke. Bonham blanked Scotland Minnow 50-0. That one took place in Scotland. Viborg Hurley defeated Gayville Vollen 42-7. Irene Wakanda fell to Alcester Hudson 56-6. And Vermilion shut out Lakota Tech. That was earlier this afternoon. We had this final at the halftime, but in case you missed it, 55-0. Big win for Vermilion. Also got your scores around Class 11 AA. We talked about some interesting score lines at the half. Those Pierre woke up is how I'll put it there. We'll start at that score as Pierre takes a 48-6 victory over Huron. That was 13-6 at the half. So the Governors once again flexing their muscle and showing that they are a very, very, very good football team. Other scores around Class 11 AA. Brookings shut out Mitchell 34-0. That happened in Brookings at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. So the Brookings Bobcats, a couple big wins back-to-back. And I don't believe they've allowed a point yet either. I think it was a shutout win over Sturgis last week, too. I can get corrected if I'm wrong when I check that later. Speaking of Sturgis, they shut out Douglas 42-0. That happened at Woodall Field. And still taking place, 22-13 is the score right now out west. Rapid City Central over Spearfish. Spearfish playing up a class, but currently trailing by 9. The last game is final as well, 39-7. T Area bouncing back this week after an upset loss to Spearfish last week. They defeat Aberdeen Central.
All right, thank you, Brayden. Appreciate that. And, man, the season is really underway. Now you're really paying attention to all the out-of-town scores,
It's that time of year where all these out-of-town scores matter. And we were talking at halftime, like, whoa, what's going on at Hollister Field? Pierre only up 7 at the half to Huron, and I'll give Pierre showed that they are Pierre. They reminded us that they are the
back.
I had to go
to champs.
I had to go to second hand. I lost count. That's how good Pierre has been, showing their muscle again, getting a big win over Huron. And look at Brookings, their defense, I don't believe is allowed a point lead. If I remember back to last week correctly, they shut out Sturgis as well. Another good day on offense for Brookings with a 34-0 victory. So big wins for the Brookings Bobcats. Are they back this season as they're starting to rear their head in Class AA? And as I check, it was a 31-0 win last week over Sturgis Brown. So the Bobcats 65-0 over their opponents in their first 2 games. Brookings is going to play Yankton later this year on October 11th. That's at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. That looks like it could be a very, very good matchup in October.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Brayden is going to attempt to go through the game flow and the game highlights for the Yankton Bucks. I say attempt because, man, it was choppy. But you'll give it your best go.
I'm good at what I do as long as you believe me.
As long as you just believe anything I tell you. But we'll be back here on KYNT and KYNTV with your game highlights.
You can get expert eye care in Yankton with Avera Medical Group Wilcox & Eye Associates. Here, eye diseases and injuries receive the best care because we offer the newest surgical techniques, supported by the best technology. We'd be honored to be on the forefront of your eye care. Learn more by visiting avera.org/Wilcoxon. avera.org/Wilcoxon.
Whether it's to watch the game, eat out with the family, or hang out with friends, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is everyone's favorite place to eat. Checkers' menu has mouth-watering burgers, satisfying sandwiches, and wraps, and of course, wings. With 18 specialty wings flavors, there's a sauce for everyone. Like to mix it up? Try their sauce of the month. Head to Checkers Tuesday to Thursday 4 to 11, Friday to Sunday 11 to 11 on Walnut just north of 4th Street in Yankton. Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
I am Juan Francisco Duarte, and basketball allows me to show my adventurous spirit. Right after graduating Mount Marty, I was selected to be part of the national basketball team for Colombia. Here, I think, is a great opportunity for me to expand, grow, and also help others to adventure in their journey.
Show your spirit at Mount Marty University and schedule a tour today at showyourspiritmmu.com.
And welcome back to your post-game breakdown. Again, brought to you by Sarah Sarda for State Senator. All right, it's time for the highlight segment. Let's go over the game flow from start to finish and recap this matchup here tonight. Doing so, broadcast extraordinaire Brayden Butler.
It was a interesting game. A lot of I want to say big plays for both defenses throughout the day as they stood tall. It ends up being 27-13 in favor of Watertown. But we do have a couple highlights for you here. We'll run you through a bit of the game summary as well. The first touchdown of the game came from Watertown. It was a 26-yard touchdown run from Malik Decker. Watertown up 6-0 after the mixed extra point. And a couple drives later, they were able to make it 12-0, 76-yard touchdown pass from Trayton Hemrick to Marcus Pitkin. 12-0 Watertown. But here comes the Bucks defense. On a fake punt, Spencer Winchus throws an interception to Cale Hasselhorst. And then in the next Watertown drive, it's Hasselhorst again, this time picking off quarterback Trayton Hemrick.
And it was a fake punt, but it's intercepted by Cale Hazelhorst in Yankton territory. And what did you see there? Because it was a punt, I was looking at a note I was making to myself earlier, and I look up, ball's in the air. Cale Hazelhorst brings it down.
After this, Watertown was able to get on the board again, though. Their offense steadied the ship. A 5-yard touchdown run by Spencer Winchus put them up 20-7. But here comes the Bucks offense. 62 yards through the air. Connor Slaba, the recipient from Easton Nelson.
Nothing lead for the Arrows. Issa Nelson rolls out far side, looking down the field for Slava. Brings it in. The Watertown 45. Cuts to the middle. The con man gets to the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Yankton. Yankton answers and are on the board with 7:34 to go in the first half.
After that score, the opening score of the game for the Yankton Bucks, they trailed 20-7. They would force a punt from Watertown. A drive down the field will be punctuated by Easton Nelson going eastbound and down, trucking his way into the end zone, making it 20-13.
1st and 10, ball on the 18. Nelson now will keep the ball himself, gets the 15 to the 10, to the 5. Yankton touchdown! Easton Nelson muscles his way into the end zone for the Bucks, and they are doing some damage before the half, trying to make up some ground here at Watertown Stadium.
It would be a defensive struggle in the second half, neither team wanting to give an inch. The team that finally was able to put a score on the board was Watertown. A 7-yard touchdown pass from Trayton Hemrick to Nathan Briggs. The extra point was good, giving us our final score of 27-13. The last major play of the game was an interception late by Easton Nelson trying to find a receiver, making anything happen. And that's what gives us our final score line. The Bucks fall by 14, 27-13 final for the Arrows over the Bucks.
Thank you, Brayden, and we'll take our last break. We'll come back. We'll have your stat recap, your awards of the game, and your schedule preview. That's all around the corner here on the post-game report. We'll be back here on KYNT and KYNTV.
Did you ever hear that cheese is the favorite food of all mice? Well, that's just a myth. Here's the fact. Mice love all food, often eating up to 8 pounds of it in their lifetime. Mice spread disease through urine, droppings, and dander, contaminating food and surfaces like counters and floors, and that's no myth. A pest professional is your best defense against the devastation rodents, termites, roaches, and ants can cause to your home and family.
Olson Pest Technicians, 1-800-KIL-BUGS.
Are you suffering from a recent injury or chronic pain?
Come see us, Lane and Reed Sawatsky at SWAT Chiropractic and Rehab.
We offer a wide variety of techniques to meet every patient's need and preference, including adjustments, dry needling, acupuncture, cupping, and rehabilitation.
We are dedicated to providing personalized and effective treatment plans to help you perform at your highest level and feel your best.
Whether you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, or a sports injury, we've got you covered.
Go to SWATchiropracticandrehab.com to schedule an appointment.
Did you know Sherco offers more than egg tarps? As an industry leader in construction, waste, and flatbed tarping systems, Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and grain carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, give us a call at 1-800-474-8756 or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best, demand Sherco.
Post-game report brought to you by Sarah Sarda for State Senators. Getting our stat recap, and that is brought to you by Mayor Signs. If it's time to review the look of your business's signage, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including lit, non-lit, digital, and much more. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton. Josh.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look here at your stats for the night. Easton Nelson on the night, he was 17 of 32, 251 yards and a touchdown throwing. He had a pick as well, but then he also added, as the leading rusher, 12 carries for 48 yards and a touchdown on the night. So really nice night from Easton. How about Connor Slaba receiving? He had 8 catches for 122 yards, including a 62-yard touchdown. Carson Ness, meanwhile, went 6 for 96 on the offensive end there for the Bucks. Taking a look for the Arrows, Trayton Hemrick, he went 10 for 15, 174 yards passing on the night. Nathan Briggs led the way rushing for them. He had 7 carries for 100 yards on the evening, as well as Marcus Pitkin. That was receiving for Briggs, 7 for 100. Pitkin with 2 for 82 receiving, including a big 76-yard touchdown. Leading the way rushing was Malik Decker. He had 53 rushing yards and a touchdown on the night, so nice night for him. Overall, for Watertown, Riker Frank had 2 sacks on the night as well for the Bucks. Cale Hazelhorse with 2 picks on the night, too.
Thank you, Josh. Get into our awards of the game. And You know, Josh, just like every game, multiple guys could win multiple awards, but you have to pick someone, right?
Yes.
And let's start with your defensive player of the game. That's brought to you by Olson's Pest Technicians, your residential and commercial pest control solution. Call 1-800-KIL-BUGS.
Yeah, how about Riker Freng? He had a couple sacks on the night. Really had a nice night. I thought the defensive line played really well overall. He led the way with a couple sacks in the night. Riker Freng is your defensive player of the game.
Offensive player of the game is brought to you by Hy-Vee. It was a helpful smile in every aisle.
I believe you called him the con man earlier.
The con man.
Yeah, we're going to go with Connor Slava tonight. Look, he had 8 catches, 122 yards on the night. He had a big 62-yard touchdown. We're going to go Connor Slava as your offensive player of the game. Once again, 8 for 22 and a touchdown.
All right, let's get into your schedule preview. It's brought to you by Parker Hannafin of Yankton. Look ahead to a brighter future with a new career at Parker Hannafin of Yankton. All benefits begin day 1. Learn more at parker.com. Parker, engineering your success. So we're going to go on the road, a little bit of a road trip next week, Josh. We're going to Douglas out in West River, just outside Rapid City, and Box Elder, South Dakota, taking on the Patriots.
Yeah, taking on Douglas next week. That should be a fun game. They had a rough night against Sturgis, but they, they're going to be looking to have a better night next week against a Yankton team that also obviously is looking to get back in the win column next week.
All right, and that'll be at 6 o'clock Central Time. Pregame kickoff at 7, right here on KYNT and KYNTV, Yankton's home team and stream. All right, and of course, the Coach's Corner show tomorrow morning. Make sure you tune in, talk to the coaches in more depth about this game. And I'm talking all the coaches, all the way, all the position coaches, head coaches, and we'll talk the Yankton Bucks football game as well as all the other Yankton High School athletics. Tomorrow morning, the Coach's Corner, 9 a.m. on KYNT or KYNTV. Please join us. And I can't share the Pizza Ranch pizza we'll have, but you can know that we are enjoying it in the studio.
I can confirm we will enjoy.
Yes, you're sticking around just for that. Yeah. And also, KYNT is proud to be your local home for the FCS Nation show. Each week, Kevin Marshall and Stone Labanowitz take you around the country to discuss the latest in the football championship subdivision. From our in-state teams, the USD Coyotes and SDSU Jackrabbits, to the North Dakota schools, UND and NDSU, and the rest of the Missouri Valley Football Conference, the CAA, and Big Sky Conference. They cover it all. It's coming up after we sign off here tonight, so make sure you stick around. And thank you to Trevor Ricklick. Trevor. Don't tell him I call him Trevor.
He's not listening.
Trevor Ricklick here for joining us and this broadcast at Watertown Stadium. Of course, to KYNT Assistant Sports Director Brayden Butler hosting the kickoff show and running our camera operations here tonight. And Josh, give you a platform. Any last thoughts?
Yeah, tough game tonight, but I think there was some positive defense after getting down early, really tightened it up. I think there were some things to like in the passing game, but overall, look, it's simple. It's a long season. This is week 2. You get to see some of the things that maybe they didn't like to start here, and you can go out and try to fix that and get back in the win column next week against Douglas. Either way, though, once again, thank you all for tuning in, and it's always a pleasure getting to broadcast Bucks games. Also, thanks to Daniel Dykstra and Grady Harrington, our KYNT studio producers. My name is Bryce Ladwig. This has been Yankton Bucks football. Go Bucks, and go enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you for listening to Yankton Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property, and Yankton's home team. Remember, KYNT is your home for Yankton High School athletics.